abatement agreement here on pages 54 and 55 that talk about 20 years. And then there's a resolution on page 68 that talks about 15 years. What is the difference in the timing? Why can't we be consistent, or does it not need to be consistent, or where do those 5 years disappear to? You're abating on a, let's see, estimated, the assessor's estimated market value. Why aren't you looking at the acquisition value? There isn't a huge difference, about $30,000, but that does make a difference in taxes. I think that answers my questions on that one. I'm going to backtrack a little bit. On page 50, it talks about the financial implications. And I don't understand that, so maybe somebody somewhere in the future could explain that. It says the abatement would not have an impact on the county levy. Okay. The abated tax burden would then be distributed across the remainder of the county's tax base. I don't quite get that. It won't have an impact on the county levy, but then you're going to take the tax burden and distribute it across the county's tax base? Would somebody in the future explain how that works? Sounds to me like it's the taxpayers are going to pay for it. Then I'd like to address the, in the board packet, there's oftentimes pieces that say for information only. And I wonder, do you eventually get some written information about what it is that's for information only, or is that just verbal? In specific, this time there's something about deferred maintenance on page 240, and okay, so information, what information? And is there a reason that you don't, as commissioners, don't receive that ahead of time? Under your bylaws, there is a discussion on page 13 about presenting documents that the county administrator needs advance time to prepare the documents for the board or the public. By the same token, don't the commissioners deserve time to digest the board packet information before they act on it? It's been stated several times over the last year that making decisions with no time to think about or no time to get information before a board meeting is not comfortable. And then you need to take a vote when you don't have everything answered. Is it time to consider that the section called presenting documents be expanded to cover timely, like maybe 5 days, sharing of information with the commissioners before a decision or a vote is called for? And if necessary, then if somebody needs information, that you table the item. That might mean a 2-week delay. But isn't that better than an uninformed vote in haste, or answers to questions, with no answers to questions or thoughtful decisions? Let's see, on page 78, there is something called, this is the project summary, and it talks about all projects included in the CIP are limited to the Appendix A. All other foreseeable capital expenditures within the county will be funded through other means as identified within the annual budgeting process. Well, the 3 items that are identified in the CIP are the courthouse, the law enforcement, and the highway department. So does that mean that all the other expenses that you have under the deferred maintenance are something that are already identified in the annual budget? And where might we find those in the budget if we look for Are they a line item, or are they under something called building repairs, or where might we find those? In the CIP pieces, it asks for $2.1 million for the courthouse, law enforcement, and the highway. The resolution approves a plan for the years 2024 through 2028, and I'm assuming that you're adding in year 2023, seeing it's already passed, but there are some items that are identified in that year as well. It speaks to law enforcement improvements, but it does not address the Sally Port or the evidence rooms. Are those not listed because those are going to be moved forward to the Justice Center piece? So if they aren't included now, your intent is to do the Justice Center and include them then? I do remember Bruce saying that there would need to be a new public process if this whole thing was voted down. If it was voted down, that means that there's no Justice Center, so then what happens to these pieces that aren't identified in this particular document now? I see that there's also an Exhibit A. It speaks to a petition. I believe they call it a reverse referendum, that if the public decided that they were not in favor of this bonding, that they could, within the next, till February 29th, actually prepare a referendum that would stop this. I did a little bit of checking to see what that would mean for numbers, and Brady certainly has much more accurate information than I, but if I'm looking at it halfway correctly, it looks like 155 people would be necessary on a signature in order to stop this and actually call for a public vote through a referendum. Last thing I wanted to address is the use of the budget and the facilities committee. They're referred to quite often in support of what direction that you're heading. I understand that they're down 2 members, and I'm wondering if that should be improved upon before they're used as a go-to, having supported everything that's coming out of your discussions, that should be a full complement of people before any more decisions are credited to them. And if that means adding a commissioner from the areas that are not currently being represented, then that means adding somebody, at least to represent. I know Hillary Freeman is gone from our end, so there's one spot that's open. That's all for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak? Any other members of the public? Any other public comment? All right, we'll close our public comment period and move on to our consent agenda items. Are there any items the commissioner wishes to pull? Any items the commissioner would like to pull? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Is there support?
I'll support.
Thank you, Commissioner White. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. I'm going to move on to item 4 today, which is a tax exemption for tribal parcels used for public purposes. And as we get started today, I would like to welcome some guests that we have here. We have Tribal Chair DeShaw and April McCormick, who is the Secretary Treasurer of Grand Portage, and John Morn is here as well, former tribal RTC member. And so we're just really pleased to have you with us today. One of the things we're looking at is approval of a letter from the Cook County Board to support Grand Portage as they seek to create equity related to taxation of lands used for public purposes. And there are some materials that April has provided for all of the commissioners and people at the dais, but I'd like to turn it over at this point to April and Bobby. Good morning.
Morning. You all know me. I'm Robert Disha. I'm the Grand Portage Tribal Chair. April put together a presentation here for what Grand Portage is seeking in support. I think this is something that's long overdue. Hopefully after her presentation, you'll all vote for in support of the letter too. So I'll hand it over to April.
Miigwech, Chairman. Well, I know many of the board here over the years, and my name is April McCormick, and I have served the Grand Portage Band as the Secretary-Treasurer for a combined total of about 10 years. There was a time where I worked in land and realty for about 3 to 4 years, and so this is a lot of the information that I had to learn in that position, but also as a young adult. And so the information that I'm bringing forward to you today is not meant to be an entire summary of the history of land and tribal relations, but it's meant to be an introduction for you. And I incorporated a lot of the text into the slides that we'll review. So I think mainly what I'd like you to just come away with is that the county board has an opportunity to support the band in pursuing the restoration of tribal lands through putting them into trust, and also an opportunity to support the band in removing taxation from those lands that we own in fee simple status. And so it's really about understanding our history and also understanding the opportunity that we have as leaders to right historical wrongs that were imposed on tribes by the federal government and also by the state government. We have a PowerPoint, and I'd just like to say, I usually don't sit with my back to anyone. I prefer to sit in a circle, so I just want to address the members of the public here, but also out of respect for the commissioners, be able to present this PowerPoint. So before we begin, I wanted to leave you with some Anishinaabe language that I've been learning. And I'm going to say it in the way that I've learned, but I know that I still have that really thick English accent. And so I'm still learning, and I know each of us can learn every day. If we all learn one word a day, we'll all be familiarizing ourselves with Anishinaabe, Mowin, the Ojibwe language. And so we've created a website for Words for Council meetings. And the word that I wanted to bring forward today is nakanagay. It means the act of someone making a specific decision. And so we titled our tribal council meetings as Iji Inakane, and that's how you would conjugate that word, where we decide with one another. And I really think that that is a representation of the county and the band working together, where we decide with one another how we're going to approach a certain topic or a certain project that we have. Another word that I wanted to share is, the root word is Ganawendaman, but here you would say how we care for the land or water. You would say Iji Ganawendama Namang Aki or Nibi. And that's really part of what we're here talking about, land stewardship. And this is a picture of me and my daughter going ricing for the first time in the ceded territory in Swamp River near Hovland. And so just recognizing the fact that we can revitalize parts of who we are, even in our adult lives, and share that teaching with our children and others who are around us. Next, or I guess I can push the next. Thank you. So this is a design we made for our T-shirts for Treaty Day, September 30th. The treaty was signed in 1854. And so you see again that care for one another. The Gana Wendaman, Iji Anishinaabe Onakanagayang, and that bold word is the Anakanagay. Mi, we, Naganaziwa, Ninda Benuji Jamaneg. So we really wanted to bring forward as tribal leaders that when we make decisions every day, we're seeking to enhance not only this present time period and but also our future. So we're protecting Anishinaabe traditional ways of deciding so that our children can be future leaders. And here's, if I could leave you with anything, I think we all want our children's lives to be better than we had it. And so the things that we wrestle with today are the things that I don't want my children to wrestle with. I want to work with others and resolve those things. And then they can rise up to meet their own challenges. And so if this is just one piece of us wrestling with history and talking about it in the present tense, I'd like you to really push into that to get to a place where we can make decisions together for that next generation. So this is just the first slide, just referencing the PowerPoint information and maps enclosed are from 2006, where a task force in Grand Portage was created to look at all of the parcels within the Grand Portage Reservation and do title records research. And so a lot of this has been adapted from that information and added to by myself over the years. We think about the establishment of the Grand Portage Reservation when we consider the 1854 treaty. That's really where it began. And so you can see that North Shore area highlighted in sort of a pinkish red as the 1854 ceded territory. 3 tribes, Bois Forte, Grand Portage, and Fond du Lac, our reservations were established by treaty. And those were not a grant of land from the United States government. They were a reserve of land that our tribal leaders determined we are reserving this land as our homeland for our people, and basically created an opportunity for land cession to the United States government. And also, I think what I wanted to share with you today is those treaties were nation to nation. They were based in diplomatic relations, much like we have treaties today with foreign nations. They were making treaties back in the 1800s, and they're meant to be interpreted as tribes understood them. And they're considered in court the supreme law of land by the U.S. Constitution. These are recognizing rights that are pre-existing and enduring for tribes and their citizens. And recognizing also that the state became a state in 1858, and then much later the county became established in 1874. So that gives you a little picture of the timeline from 1854 to 1874. If you didn't know, looking at land history, when the treaty was signed, there was a mini land rush, much like a gold rush. And so people were actually staking claim to land almost immediately up and down the North Shore. And I think that is really important to recognize, because a lot of the generational wealth that has grown from those lands is a product of that land cession. And I think really part of the talking points that I have printed for you come from Joseph Bauencamper, and he's a professor at the American Indian Studies and also a director of the Tribal Sovereignty Institute. And preparing these talking points, we want to recognize the ongoing existence of Cook County that wholly relies on treaty relationships that are established between the band and the United States from this treaty. And we have, as leaders, both the county and the band, vital roles to play in ensuring the vitality and viability of that ongoing treaty relationship. One of the most important things about these treaties is that the inherent governance authority arises out of that deep history since time immemorial. This is really about relationships between places, peoples and places, between peoples and other peoples, both human and non-human. And out of these complex relationships spanning across time and place, Native nations came to cohere and wield sovereign governance authority. Following this framework created largely by Native nations and the British Crown, the United States sought these diplomatic relationships with tribes in order to access more land on this continent. Native nations were the exclusive and inherent sovereigns of this continent. They were faced with massively complex, pressure-laden, and sometimes desperate circumstances, often created by U.S. forces. Native nations made difficult and sophisticated decisions on behalf of past, present, and future generations to share some of the territory with the U.S. If you think about the 1854 treaty for a moment, the only reason that the Arrowhead region of Minnesota is part of the United States is because of this treaty. Without the treaty, the entirety of the Arrowhead would remain under the exclusive governance of Native nations. Yet because of the treaty, the United States shares the governance authority here. And what's interesting about treaty rights is often many people think, well, those are just rights for tribal citizens. Well, actually, it created your rights too. And so, it created non-settler Indian rights to create the United States governance jurisdiction and also the state governance. So I like to remind the state and also federal agencies that your very ability to vote in elections or to hold public office or to have a position where you swipe a badge at the EPA, that is all built on treaties. And so when you come to work, you're actually in some way, shape, or form recognizing the benefits of that treaty relationship and those rights that you've been granted. The rights to have governance, the rights to tax, the rights to have your own ordinances or laws are all founded on those treaty principles that were, for us, established in 1854. So I just want to mention also, I know you have the full talking points here, but the 1854 treaty did not create tribal governance, authority on tribal land rights, or tribal resource access. All of that predates treaties by generations upon generations. And a lot of it was based on the sophisticated leadership and informed by experiences such as the subterfuge at Sandy Lake, where Ojibwe diplomats negotiated the 1854 treaty and were careful to record continued resource rights within Article 11. The article did not create those rights, it simply acknowledged them as pre-existing and enduring. So by and large, the 1854 treaty does two key things. It reinforces the ongoing inherent indigenous governance and resource authority, and it creates the opportunity for settler co-governance authority in the ceded or shared territory. Both tribal negotiators and the broader framework of the United States Indian diplomacy ensured that this opportunity for the U.S. to engage in shared jurisdiction in the 1854 treaty territory came with many strings attached. It was not an absolute or outright grant of lands, as I mentioned earlier. Rather, it was limited and conditional. And so I want to just leave you with this information that the county is necessarily invested in the treaty and unavoidably implicated in the obligations the treaty entails. The county should therefore embrace the treaty and be empowered by it. This would mean, first and foremost, minding the obligation to acknowledge the inherent sovereignty of the Grand Portage Band and continuing to partner with the band in support of that sovereignty. This is what honoring treaty relations look like. We cannot assert and behave as if the 1854 treaty is a part of the U.S. without also affirming and upholding the obligations entailed in the treaty. Joseph would like us to know that we're not responsible for the past, but we're accountable for what we bring to the present and how we shape the future. The present is not a clean slate, and the future for human beings is fragile. As always, we've got work cut out for us, but there's hope in doing it together and in accordance with the knowledge and the humility that have sustained human beings here for quite some time. This next slide is one that we presented at Sovereignty Day at the state capitol. We co-presented with Fond du Lac and Mille Lacs here down at the Capitol. But really, this slide, this image, it demonstrates the relationship that tribes have with the federal government, that really we are nation to nation. And so those treaties establish what's called a trust responsibility between tribal nations and the federal government, and the state becomes a delegated authority from the federal government. And a lot of state governments were created much later than the initial treaty-making period with the federal government and tribes. There's many relationships that we have with the federal government that I would say as a tribal leader also apply to the state as a delegated authority. But really those primary relationships are that trustee to benefactor. There's legal property rights, which for many attorneys it's called a usufructuary right. And it's a legal word that basically means tribal citizens have legal property rights in regards to ceded territory and its resources, and those are protected. We also retain a distinct socio-political status as citizens of tribes, so we're not a race-based or minority category. We actually have a distinct political status as citizens. And so when we overlook that relationship that we have as tribal nations in mainstream media or mainstream governance, we actually overlook some of the reality of sovereignty that the Dakota and Ojibwe people have maintained at enormous cost due to land cessions in the history of the United States. And so this here is just an image to kind of have a takeaway of where the tribe is positioned in regards to the federal government and the state government. So let's get back home for a few minutes. This is Grand Portage, and this is our reservation here, illustrated in green, with the beautiful Lake Superior, Kichigami there. And so when I think about Grand Portage, this is what I see. This is what I think about is the wholeness of itself. But as you'll see in the next slide, we have a variety of ways that Grand Portage has been mapped with section, townships, and ranges. And this really depicts the area in green that was established the reservation. And we found, as tribal leaders back in the day, I say we, I mean back in the day, that two pieces of the reservation were actually left off, and those are shaded in green. And so tribal leaders advocated in Washington, D.C., and wrote letters and basically had those areas restored to the reservation by proclamation in 1982. And so you can actually Google that document, and it comes up and tells you exactly what township section range is included. But as you can see, a majority of the northeastern point of the reservation was restored, as well as parcels along the western boundary. So this is a map that illustrates sort of the land history that had occurred. And I'll be going through several slides here kind of talking about this area. But just real quickly, the red shades show banned land that was allotted to members in the 1889 JAWS Act, or General Allotment Act. Oh, excuse me, the 1887 General Allotment Act, and then later in Minnesota it was called the Nelson Act in 1889, when it came to Minnesota. So the green areas show land that was open to homesteading, and the gray areas already discussed. And basically, what I wanted to share with you today is the red areas are still allotments to present. And just to give you kind of an idea of that allotment era, I explained it in the next slide. The Nelson Act, or the Allotment Act of Minnesota in 1889, led to the taking of virtually the entire land base that was established here for the Grand Portage Reservation under tribal control and management. Approximately 24,436 acres were lost by the band, by allotment, and approximately 310 individual band members received allotments. And this resulted in about 16,075 acres were taken by the U.S. government and open to homesteading. And really, this General Allotment Act was an era in which the federal government was trying to assimilate Indian people. And so a lot of times there were individuals who were trespassing on Indian lands and trying to take Indian land. And so it was always, at that time period, they were always looking for land. And so this was the federal government's way of saying, we're going to allot land to you individually, 80 acres or 40 acres, and we're going to establish that you'll become farmers and you'll be able to own your own land and kind of have this Western model of land ownership, and thereby dissolving that collective land base. And by including homesteading, you're opening it up to non-Indian settlement within the boundaries of the reservation. So this had a really detrimental impact on many tribes across the United States, especially if you think about the county and the type of geology we have. It's very difficult to have agriculture here, especially when there's clay and rock. But really, Grand Portage leaders at that time, before the allotments were accepted, we were tasked with a difficult decision, because the federal government wanted all of the Ojibwe bands to move westward to open up all of the lands in northern Minnesota. They wanted us to move over to White Earth. And so people obviously did not want to leave their homeland. And leadership at that time knew this removal could risk lives, potentially create a war, or the forced removal by the United States government. And so when leadership from Grand Portage asserted ourselves back in the day, that we weren't going to take on the removal to White Earth, the federal government basically said, well, you can stay if you take allotments. And Grand Portage at some point accepted allotments, but you can just see how detrimental that is to the band, because virtually the band had no land base and only about 6,500 acres remained as allotments to individuals and their heirs. And if you have an opportunity to read this book by Stephen Pivar, it's very simple, easy to understand, rights of Indian tribes. But one of the things he says in here is that the objectives of the General Allotment Act were simple and clear-cut: to extinguish tribal sovereignty, erase reservation boundaries, and force the assimilation of Indians into society at large. This drastic shift in policy was carried out without so much as the pretense of tribal consent. And later, he describes how the acceptance of allotments and the basic enforcement of allotments that it authorized the federal government to sell surplus tribal land to non-Indians and assign allotments from reservation trust land to tribal members. After a period of time, usually about 25 years, the federal government removed many of these allotments from trust status and issued them deeds to the beneficial owners. Once a deed was issued, the allottee owned the land outright, which allowed the allottee to sell it, which made the land subject to state real estate taxation. And so I know Brady is the auditor, you know, having to deal with taxation on a daily basis. This really was part of the way in which taxation entered the picture because of that allotment, General Allotment Act. And later, I just want to note that tribes lost nearly 2/3 of their land, some 90 million acres, to non-Indians, either because the allottees sold their land or lost it through forfeiture when they failed to pay state taxes on it. The transfer of so much land to non-Indians has enormous consequences that continue to this day, including tax consequences. And so that you can just imagine how, you know, how in a short period of time, that General Allotment Act had a severe impact on tribes being able to maintain our tribal land base, and also on individuals losing their own land that they had been allotted. And in 1934, as part of the Indian Reorganized Act, Congress actually appealed a portion of the General Allotment Act. This is an image of all of the 7,700 acres that were homesteaded. And if you have really good eyes or reading glasses, you can see that there's many names associated with these parcels. And so all of the green parcels were open to homesteading, the light green, and then all of those different colors were actually tract deeds to individuals who were not members of the reservation, who were basically granted land within the tribe's boundaries. I mentioned the 1934 Indian Reorganization Act. One positive that came out of that act for tribes was a vehicle for the restoration of land to the Grand Portage Band. The land acquisition project was developed by the government under the authority of this IRA. And the plan was to buy back allotments that had gone into non-Indian ownership, non-Indian homesteads, and any other private fee simple land on the reservation. In addition to all the U.S. land that was open to homesteading but not homesteaded, was put back into Band and Minnesota Chippewa tribe ownership. Some interesting notes about that 1935 land acquisition era was that the Roosevelt administration conservationists, who were very influential, had plans to create an Indian National Park within Grand Portage, including Pigeon Point. If you remember that kind of gray area, that was what was meant to become a park. So they added approximately 7,565 acres to the size of the reservation. The funding was earmarked for purchases for the band, so Pigeon Point was put back into band trust status instead of to the United States Park Service, which we're very grateful for that chain of events, because it means the tribe owns the land and not necessarily the National Park Service. After the project, about 38,000 acres was band land, and about 6,500 acres remained as individual allotments, and about 3,500 acres remained in private or non-Indian ownership. I mentioned earlier the 1982 proclamation that reestablished the northeastern point, and so this bullet point here references that area, but it increased the reservation from 40,000 acres to about 48,000 acres. And then in the 90s, there was a lot of land reacquisition, both by the band, but also noted the Nature Conservancy that acquired 24 parcels, including 700 acres, or 760 acres that were conveyed into trust for the band. And this is one of those long slides, but basically what I wanted to share with you is, over the years, the Grand Portage Tribe, as a government, has had an active land acquisition program that has used our funds generated from our enterprises, mainly tourism and our economy of gaming, to purchase lost land in fee status and allotment fractions created from the generations inheriting different allotments and heirs inheriting fractionalized interests. So as of 2006, when this land history was compiled, about 6,238 acres remained fractionated in allotments in trust, 38,000 remained in band and tribal trust land, 1,250 acres are state or federal government, 1,000 acres are held privately by non-Indians, and 1,897 acres are recent Grand Portage Tribal Council purchases that are being put into trust status. We also participated in a land consolidation program in 2004, and we achieved approximately majority ownership of 50% or greater on 519 allotments, and 100% ownership on additional 331 allotments within the Grand Portage Reservation. Later, the land buyback program was established by the Cobell settlement as an opportunity for tribal nations to purchase fractionalized interests on allotments for collective tribal land ownership. And the best way I heard an attorney talk about fractional interests in an allotment is, if this piece of paper is at 80 acres, you know, that individual received that 80 acres back in the Allotment Act, and generations, families down the line have split that interest. And so there's many allotments that have over 10,000 allotment heirs because of that original allottee and the different generations of passing that interest down the line. But you don't own, like, say, 2 acres of that 80 acre when you have a fractionalized interest. You actually own the percent of whatever that fractionalization is in the entire parcel. So it makes land management very difficult for tribes, because you have to get majority of 50%, over 50% in order to manage that parcel, whether it be for timber or development. And so really the allotment era created a whole nother dynamic, which I know we're not talking about today, but just so you know, that's a whole nother dynamic of the loss of tribal land due to that fractionalization. So this is the last map I'll share with you today, but it kind of gives you a clear picture of where kind of that era left us in between 1854 and 1935. The reds are all the allotments remaining today. The lighter pink salmon color is all of the original allotments. The dark green is all of the homesteads, and the light green was all of the surplus land that was open to homesteading. Much of the facts in the right-hand side we've covered in the slides that I put in larger text for you all today. And so what does this have to do with the fee parcels that you're making a decision on today? Well, if you think about just the very recent history of the band acquiring these lands in the 90s, you know, we've had to pay taxes on fee simple status ever since those lands were purchased. And so this whole era of the loss of land also required the band to put forward financial capital in order to obtain those lands back. And so there's been this whole exchange of taxation between the band and the county where we've paid taxes. I know back in 2016, I think we paid $10,000 a year, roughly, on several parcels. And during that time, we acquired Suzie Island from the Nature Conservancy, which the county board supported unanimously that land that was held in tax exempt status by the Nature Conservancy would also stay tax exempt until the tribe put it in tax. And that was about 149 or 142 acres of restoration that the county board had supported. And so there's good examples of the county recognizing land restoration to the tribe. And part of the reason why we're here to talk about this taxation is not to avoid taxation, but more to recognize the fact that we've had a significant loss of land, and by the county recognizing that we don't desire to tax this land any further, that we want to put it into trust, especially for these parcels here on the map that you have, the little gray map in front of you, that this would be an opportunity for the county to say, we know the band's going to put this into trust and recognize that relationship of restoration, of returning land to a home base that should have never been lost from the beginning. And so I guess that's the message that we really want to leave you with today is this is an opportunity, and it's a model. It's a model for all 87 counties and all of the tribes within the state, the other 10 tribes who have a relationship and a dynamic with their counties, to recognize land history and to recognize what we can do in the present day to work together to restore land and to do it in a mutually respectful way. And we recognize that this may or may not create a challenge in other places, but because of the good relationship that the band has with the county, we believe that you will support this opportunity. So, Chi-miigwech, and I'm open to any questions that you may have, and also any further discussions that you want to have on land history. I'm happy to be available to you in the future. Miigwech. Thank you.
Thank you so much, April.
Anything
Appreciate
to add to
it.
that, John? No.
Just any questions?
So are there questions that commissioners have for April or for anyone from Grand Portage?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chairman DeShaw and Secretary McCormick and Mr. Moran for being here, and very well said, and really appreciate the history. Had I not had some training, minimal training or knowledge of the land history, I might be a little more lost than I am now, but it was very well said. Thank you. I just wanted to try to clarify some things because I'm a little confused on that last slide where it showed all the allotments and all that. Well, first off, so land base, that's the trust land, is that right? When you say land base is lost, is that?
So when I say land base, that's like perhaps a tribal realty term, but it refers to all of the land within the reservation boundaries.
Okay.
And so one fun fact is that we're very proud to assert that we own, in the Western sense of ownership, about 97% of the original land base. And so there's still fee parcels that are owned by individuals who've inherited parcels that are yet to be acquired. Some along the lakeshore that are valued at over $2 million. And so there's a lot of different little parcels that are still remaining, but land base means the entirety of the reservation.
Including the additions of 1982?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, on this map, the red is the allotments remaining today. And I guess I'm confused as far as the difference between allotments and the homesteads. Like the greens. So the greens are.
So if we
Yep.
lived back in 1889, I would receive an allotment
Mhm.
as a tribal citizen. You would receive a homestead.
Okay. So as far as today, on this map, are the greens back in tribal trust, or are those still?
There's still a handful of parcels that are remaining in fee ownership.
Okay.
I don't have that number calculated for you today.
That's fine.
But it's kind of, for a lot of bands, especially those in sort of the western part of Minnesota, their land is pocketed, or
Yeah.
what's the word? Checkerboarded.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
So, like, for them, it's very difficult to control land and enforce ordinances because one 40 acre might be adjacent to another 40 acre and they might be further apart. But for Grand Portage, we're relatively consolidated with that 97%. So we have these little tiny pockets of fee land, like there's 80 acres on Minnow Center, for example, that are still in fee. So yes, most of these green squares have gone back into band ownership.
But
And I
none of
think-
the reds, right? Or,
There's still, so those would be the fractionated
Okay.
80 acres.
Yeah.
So like, if I was the original lottee and all of my generations between now and then, you might have like over 300 people that, well, maybe not 300. But anyway, you would come up with this amount of people who had inherited the land since. And so those may still be fractionated, but because of the land consolidation program that we went through, the band acquired a lot of land back. And so I, as an individual, could sell my interest back to the band, and they could acquire up to 50, or they could acquire the whole percentage of that ownership, or they could, at least to manage it, you have to have 51%. So anytime we want to do a timber sale, our forestry department has to notify all the allottee heirs and say, do you give us permission to log this area for forest management or conservation? And they all have to respond, and we have to get about 51% at least to make a determination on being able to utilize that timber sale. So just a little real-life example of how that impacts us today.
yeah, thank you.
That's a great example. Thank you.
And that answers, I was
Okay.
just looking for clarity there, and, because I care, but thank you.
One of the things I know that was shared this morning is, the information about the Nature Conservancy in Suzie Island, and the county board supported that change years ago. We continue to support Grand Portage in many ways, and that's really what this is about. It's about supporting our neighbors and supporting equity. I know Commissioner Storley, you had a question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I learned a lot, and there's more to learn. Specifically to the agenda that we have been given, where you indicate that you would want these lands, these little red pockets of land, to be turned into a trust. Is that correct?
Actually, we're only talking about these 5 parcels that are on this map that I
The other
handed
map,
out. So
okay.
I did not project that for the public, but
Okay.
I knew it was part of your,
It's the
your
very
packet
last
that-
page, or page 3 of the packet.
Okay.
Yep.
I got lost in the mapping.
Oh, that's okay, because you know what? I did this for so many years at my land position that it's familiar to me, so I'm happy to point it out.
Okay,
So we're
good.
only talking about these 5 parcels here,
Okay.
and we're current on all our taxes. And what we do is we pay taxes because it's owned in fee until we put it into trust. There's only 2 ways you can own land. You either hold it in trust with the United States government, or you own it in fee and you pay tax.
Okay.
And so really, there's only 2 pathways. And so a lot of times, fee to trust parcel applications with the Bureau of Indian Affairs will take over a decade. It depends. There's been some recently in the last handful of years where we've been able to put them into trust as short as 3 years or as long as 5 to 10 years. And all that time, we have to pay tax. Even if the assessed tax is in August and that land goes back into trust the next month, we still pay tax on that tax year, even though the land is titled and recorded in the Bureau for that year as trust land. And so just to kind of give you a really brief overview of what it takes to put these lands into trust, that would be the next phase of these 5 parcels, is putting them back into trust for the tribe.
Okay, so putting them into trust, then, it sounds like you would encourage economic development and overall growth. So if the land is not taxable and could you have a business come in there, put in a Quick Trip, or put in some kind of business, or?
Well, actually, these parcels, and I know you have like the aerial view of the parcels in your packet. So the little one up kind of towards the middle of the reservation, that's right next to a cemetery, and that's only half, so it's about 20 acres. And so that's all forest right by the community garden. So that one likely will not be developed and is zoned as forestry in our land use zoning. The one on Hat Point, which is right next to the little spirit cedar tree, if you've been there. It's adjacent, it's not quite super near, but that one is in preservation status in our land use ordinance. So that one will likely never be developed and will remain forested. Some of the little ones are closer on the other side, which are residential areas. The kind of trapezoid triangular piece and the little sliver here is actually right between the highway corridor and human services. So that's all forested as well and likely won't be developed because there isn't really infrastructure to develop on that side. So all of these parcels will likely stay in either forest management, preservation, or just a forested status. I think the only thing crossing those parcels are likely power lines.
Okay, so then, are there future pieces of land that you'll be considering too?
Well, I think the goal and the intent of the band has always been to acquire more fee lands by individuals. But as I said earlier, a lot of them want the assessed value of the land and not necessarily what they may or may not have inherited it generations ago. And so that's been really the challenge, is the band has to either put forward the capital to buy back land or have programs like the land buyback program come in and try to help us with facilitating purchase of land. So I think it's a long-term goal, and we've certainly made a large effort of it in recent years, but it's also part of that legacy of the loss of land, is having to buy land back that you've lost because of the federal government and other acts that were basically imposed on the tribe.
So these are the 5 parcels you're asking us to consider today?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So this letter of support, just so we're clear, this is a letter of support that would go towards changing things at the state level. And every county in Minnesota is different. Some counties have no tribal land. Other counties have significantly more that are in this status. But what we're looking for here is to provide this letter of support to Grand Portage. I want all of the commissioners to know I've talked to AMC. I sent them everything that is in our board packet so they had a clear understanding. This is something we've talked about for several years. We've talked about it at our tribal forum. And so I just wanted you to know that I'm in conversation with AMC about this, and they're fully aware of the support that we would like to give the Grand Portage Band with this effort. Any other questions? Commissioner Mills?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the letter of support from the Cook County Board to the Minnesota Legislature in support of the Grand Portage Band's efforts to create equity related to the taxation of lands and for public purposes.
Is there support?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Commissioner White. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Oh, no, I was voting, never mind. Well, I'm just wondering, N Club or whatever you call it now, this seems like a perfect topic to bring up there to also gather support. Has this been discussed at?
This has not, and Margaret Watkins was intending to attend the last meeting, and she was unable to attend. She was going to go in person, and she was unable to attend, and so she is on the agenda for another time. But it's not just I don't think she was going to speak specifically to this, but more about water, and this last topic that was on the agenda was about mining. A lot about mining presented by the DNR and new finds, mineral finds, and so.
So, and this isn't about
No,
those
this-
topics specifically. This
No.
is about the support
Right. This
to
is-
have equity with these lands.
Right, and these particular people, in my time going, and Commissioner Mills had gone before me, but they are very concerned about, in the last few meetings, about the forfeiture, land forfeiture situation, dealing with that on the state level, and what it might mean, and also about mineral acquisitions and development of the lands, or non-development of the lands, as it would be.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Any other discussion? Commissioner Mills?
So I understand that this is a letter to the Minnesota legislature. Is there anything we can do at the county level? Or are we obligated to tax as long as they're fee-owned?
That's my understanding.
Yes.
We are
We are
obligated to.
obligated. So we want to support this change. Correct.
Thank you.
All right, we have
Commissioner
one more
Sullivan.
comment.
Yes. So if we're obligated to tax, are we obligated to keep the money?
Good point.
Oh,
Very good point.
I mean,
No?
that's my question. I mean, are we legally have to keep the money?
that would be another good topic down the line, I think.
Well, how far down the line?
Well, first, let's get our letter of support, and then we need to have another
Okay.
agenda item. Any other comments related to the letter of support? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, and we appreciate your partnership, and will continue to support you.
Which,
Miigwech.
Thank you.
All right, at this point, we're going to move on to our public hearing, which was scheduled for 9 a.m. We appreciate people waiting a little bit. All right, we'll give people kind of a minute to move around. All right, well, as we start our public hearing today, I'd like to welcome you, those of you who are here for the Cook County Board of Commissioners public hearing regarding the Cook County Real Estate Fund tax abatement request for housing. It was noticed and scheduled for today, Tuesday, February 13th. And just so everyone is clear, a public hearing is a formal proceeding held in order to receive input from all interested parties, including the general public. And while the board welcomes your comments, we're not responding to comments, questions, or concerns that are expressed during the hearing. But today's your chance to provide that final input regarding a tax abatement request to the Cook County Real Estate Fund to support the development of a 36-unit apartment complex planned for that vacant land that is just east of Up Yonder. And after listening to public comments, the county board will be considering approval of a resolution to support this project. For decades, we've struggled to deal with the housing shortage here in Cook County, particularly a shortage of affordable housing. And with some units in this complex, half of them being made available for rent at 80% of the area median income or less, this is one more opportunity for us as a board to take steps towards providing housing to meet the needs of our community. According to the survey that was taken by the EDA a couple of years ago, there's a need for approximately 500 units of housing. And a public notice regarding this hearing was published in the Cook County News-Herald on Saturday, January 27th. The purpose of this apartment complex project is to increase the availability of workforce housing here in Cook County. And the project, along with others in the queue through our HRA, gives us the opportunity to put a dent in the housing needed throughout Cook County today. In order to speak at the hearing, we'd like you to sign in by the microphone. After signing in, please state your name, address, and then feel free to share your remarks with us. Keep your remarks to 5 minutes so that everyone has an opportunity to speak. Good morning.
Good morning and thank you. My name is Gary Latz. I live at 179 Birch Drive, and these comments that I'm going to be making are also on behalf of my brother Jeff Latz, who lives on Deer Yard Lake. He was not able to be here this morning. Housing. What a topic. It's very easy to strike up a conversation with someone in the county about housing. Everybody has an opinion, everybody has a certain amount of knowledge about the subject, and everybody knows it's a gigantic issue. Very often we hear this as the biggest issue in the county, but it's certainly something that everyone can come together on and talk about. The Heights will be the largest, if not one of the largest housing projects ever made in Cook County. 36 units, a multifamily building, 3 stories. The target market that we're building this for is folks who get job offers in the county, come here, and after getting the job offer, cannot find an acceptable place to live. In their minds, an acceptable place to live. We wish to be their landing pad. This is where they can come, have a safe, clean, new, nice place to live, and then they start their job and then they're on their own. They can figure out, if they're staying in the county or they're not staying in the county. The secondary target market are seniors who wish to downsize and sell their single-family home and move into a lower maintenance product that they can be flexible with. The first addresses the business community, the employees. Every business in the county will potentially benefit from this project. And the second, the senior market, this creates, when they sell their homes, it creates what we call a ghost market. Their homes are now available for someone else to purchase or rent and move into the county. We can complete this project in 2024. I know sitting here in early February, it seems almost impossible, but this is going to be a modular construction project. So after excavation and foundation are done, the factory delivers 36 modules to the site, and the building will be put together in 6 days. Then it takes a little longer after that to get everything hooked up and working, but basically this can move very, very quickly at this time. As mentioned, 50% of the units, 18 of these 36 units, will be dedicated to the 80% AMI, average monthly income target. We don't set that target. You don't set that target. Somebody sets that target, and that becomes the rate that those folks would be paying. But it is, I can tell you, then the other 18 units are at market, and there's a significant difference between market price and the 80% AMI price. So we're helping the community at multiple price points is the key with that. The building will offer features such as underground parking, solar panels, a 9-foot ceiling instead of an 8-foot ceiling. It will look good, it will feel good, and it will be a desirable place for people to live. The project costs $8.1 million. This is going to be a stimulus for Cook County to have all of this economic activity coming together. Behind the project is an investor group of which I am a general partner. Jeff is a general partner, and several others here today are general partners. Altogether, we have 41 limited partners in this investment group. We have raised over $2 million. We used some of that money to purchase and renovate the Birch Park building downtown, which has been transformed from a seasonal business only to a business, a building that has 2 retail operations and 7 single offices in the back. Approximately 70 employees and volunteers work out of that building today, fully leased, and a very successful project. Those 41 people are your friends and your neighbors. They are people who live here full-time or seasonally, or they grew up here, or they come to Cook County frequently because for years and years, and they have a very strong affinity with the county. They have invested in this investment group primarily to help with the housing issue. And this is our response to their enthusiasm and to our vision of trying to help at this point. The financing of this project is very complex, and I'll spare you all the details, but besides the investor group with $2 million, we'll have a bank loan. We will we are applying for and hope to get a loan from the revolving loan fund of the county, which means we will be paying interest to the county. The county will be benefiting and growing that revolving loan fund. The Northland Foundation will be a lender. And anecdote behind that, Northland had gotten out of housing. They didn't want to deal with the loans for housing. We talked them back into doing housing. They felt strongly enough about our project to change their strategic direction and say, yeah, this is an area we need to be in. This also includes an application that we are submitting tomorrow to the IRRR for $750,000. This money would not otherwise flow to the county, but for participation of the county. That is the linchpin of everything else. Without that $750,000, all those other loans and programs and things we've put together are not enough to make this project work. Projects of you could ask the question, well, why so much money? Why so many things? Projects of this sort around the country are not happening without some sort of public support. It's just a question of what is that support? What type of things are needed? And that's the challenge for the county. How can you help? And each project is different. So you've already helped by creating a strong HRA and EDA, and we have greatly benefited, our project is greatly benefited by those resources that are actively working and helping and understanding our needs as well as the county's needs, and they should be commended for that. Now, we're in a position where we need to move on. We need the capstone to make this project a success. And this, by the way, there are multiple projects that are being considered. This will be the first one across the finish line. That's, again, this could be completed in 2024. The good news is that Cook County understands what tax abatement is. You've done tax abatements before. All right, and that's the form of support that we are asking for. And that tax abatement is the only direct financial assistance that we are requesting from the county. The rest of the $8 million project, we have solutions for. All right, so this is a very small part, but a very critical part at the same time, both because there is a little gap and because of the connection with the IRRR, where our application needs your support. I'd like to conclude by mentioning, this is an anecdotal statement, but last week we appeared before the city council and got a variance on the height restrictions, of the height of the building that enabled us to do this underground parking. But that's not the point, but the coverage, the news that went out on that stimulated a lot of activity on the Cook County Community webpage, which many of you may have looked at. But if you haven't, almost all the comments were overwhelmingly positive. So, I didn't count, but somebody counted 51 thumbs up to some, a couple of the responses. So it just goes on and on and on. The county realizes that this is important, and they understand that this is an attempt, a partial solution for our entire housing program. So with that, we urge you to seriously consider the tax abatement program that Jason Hale is requesting for his IRRR application. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that wish to speak this morning? Any other members of the public that wish to speak?
Surprise. Hi, I'm Mary Somnus. I'm the chair of the HRA board. I live on Birch Drive. And I am here on behalf of the HRA board to request your support for this abatement request. It is indeed a great way for the county to be involved in the project without costing taxpayers anything out of pocket. As you all know, it's a delay of game in collecting the new tax on the part of the property that will be developed. So it's not taking anything away from anyone, but it's got the potential to bring us 36 units of housing. And as you all know, it's been 30, 40, 50 years we've been having this conversation. So let's move forward and get some shovels in the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Are there other members of the public that wish to speak this morning? Any other members of the public that wish to speak? If not, Mr. Kennedy.
My name is Tim Kennedy. I am a general partner of the Cook County Real Estate Group, and I'm here to ask for the commissioners to support this request for this abatement. Anybody that's lived in Cook County for even a short period of time, in fact, maybe those are some people some best understand the issues and problems with lack of housing and the need for housing in this community. But I've lived here for over 45 years, and I can tell you that housing was an issue when I moved here 45 years ago. It's been an issue all through that time. It's still an issue today. Our group has put together a package to build a 36-unit multifamily apartment building in the city of Grand Marais that we think helps address some of the needs that have been identified by recent housing studies. We've worked closely with the Housing Redevelopment Authority. We've tried to do our due diligence to make this project be an attractive project that people will want to live in, and we need the support of the county board to pass this abatement request to eliminate the obstacles, one of the obstacles that prevents projects like this from happening. And they're not easy to do, I can tell you that. We've been in conversation for over a year on this project, and, we've spent a lot of time thinking about how can we make this work and how can it work for the most and best ways in the community. We think we have the formula for a successful project. We need your support, and I hope you'll consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that wish to speak this morning?
Good morning. My name's Chris O'Brien. I live on the old Ski Hill Road in Grand Marais, or outside of Grand Marais, and I am a commissioner on the HRA board. And in addition to Chairman Somnus's remarks about the general support for the project by the HRA, I'd like to focus on another element, which is I think this addresses, obviously would be a big step in the right direction in terms of addressing the housing shortage in the county. One of the roles that I play, I'm a limited partner in this investment group and was asked by the general partners to to work with Don Grant on a clean energy committee, because I think both the partnership and, in this case, the developer are really committed to trying to make sure that this is not only meets the housing need and is, but also sets a bar for new development that is, I think, admirable. The details aren't finalized, but preliminary discussions with the developer have been encouraging. The building would include an array of solar panels on the roof. It would include pretty extraordinary insulation. I think the estimated R value for the ceiling would be R70. It would include advanced lighting systems throughout the building. It would include all electric heating systems and HVAC systems. So I think it would be, in addition to being a great demonstration project for new housing, I think would also be a really good benchmark for future commercial development in the county. And so, for that reason, I'm enthusiastic about the project going forward and would encourage your support.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that wish to speak this morning?
I'm here. I might as well say something.
I'll be out of your way in a second, Howard.
Good morning.
I'm Howard Hedstrom. I live down the very bumpy County Road 60. Sorry, Robbie. I'm also a general partner. I just wanted to reiterate that this project is extremely well thought out. We've put a lot of work into this. I don't know if you've seen the plans, but we're quite a ways down the road. We've gotten really good support across the board, including zoning last week where we got a variance for the height. We've got really good support from the revolving loan fund. They are the people that do a deep dive in the financials. I would ask you to lean on their expertise because I think they've done a really good job. We've got all the right pieces in place. We got a good partner with our developer, our builder, Dynamic Homes and Ideal Homes. We put quite a bit of investment in, buying the property, doing some cleanup, all the upfront costs. So, like Gary said, we're shovel ready as we can be. Next month we'll do some soil borings to complete the engineering work. So it's ready to go. We've worked hard at this. This is going to happen, but it's all this last piece where to make half these units affordable. If you don't get as much rent as you need, you have to cover that somehow, and that this abatement kind of buys down the rent for the folks that we want to have live there. So again, ask for your support and appreciate being here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there other members of the public that wish to speak? Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Sullivan, Commissioners. I thought two things. One, I just wanted to address a few things, and then I thought unless there are other folks who want to comment, you might have questions in your discussion, so I just want to make sure you know I'm available to answer any of those specific
Okay.
questions.
And if you'd make sure to introduce yourself for the
Sorry.
public that is listening.
Jason Hale, Executive Director of the Cook County HRA.
Thank you.
First, I don't think I need to belabor the point that we need housing. Of course, I'm going to say that. That's my job. Also, it happens to be very true. And unfortunately, we have the privilege of being the least affordable county in the state, which some people don't. Well, we know that it's difficult here, but I think when people actually, there's a map that I've been sharing with some folks, when they see that we're the only red, on the map in the whole state, it's a little sobering, I think. So I'm not going to go into the details on why we need more housing. I think everybody's made those points already. What I'd like to cover, just a couple mechanics questions and issues that arise usually. First of all, as other folks have already highlighted, abatement, I think it was Chair Somnus who said, this doesn't cost the taxpayers anything. This is not an increase to the levy. Functionally what it is capturing the increased value that would not exist if the project didn't happen. So right now that parcel, I think the tax liability is just shy of $2,200 a year. When this is done, the project is done and completed, the projection is it will be between about $50,000 and $75,000 a year. You can do the math. That's a pretty significant increase in tax liability. So my point is just to point out the original tax capacity is what we call that, the 2,200 or so. That is going to be frozen. So for however long this abatement district lasts or this term lasts, that amount will continue to go to the taxing jurisdictions. Additionally, the increase from that 2,200 to, I'll say conservatively 50,000, that increase, there's a percentage of that goes toward the project or toward the development. Then there's also a percentage that continues to go to the tax base. So right now, as we've been working closely with Ellers Public Finance, which the county, I believe the city also works with Ellers, we are projecting 90% of the increment to be dedicated toward the project. So again, this is just important for folks to understand, the public. What it's getting now is going to continue to be sent to the taxing jurisdictions. Additionally, 10% of the increased value or tax liability is going to also be contributed to taxing jurisdictions. So out the gate, you're already above, by even if you approve abatements, the community is above what they would normally be. That property, to my understanding, has been sitting vacant for a while. And so even by approving the abatement, again, there's a linchpin here. The abatement has to pass what's called the but-for test. So you probably are familiar with that topic or that notion. Essentially what it means is but for this assistance, the project doesn't happen. So others have mentioned the IRRR grant. We're submitting that by the end of the week. I told them Wednesday, so I can make sure I get it in by Friday. Sorry. That has to be submitted. But there are two components to that grant. One is we have to provide a match locally. And I think you're all familiar with the concept of match dollars. We provide $1, they provide $1. That's that sort of arrangement. So we're requesting the abatement, or the developers particularly, because we want to make sure we get enough match dollars to be eligible for that $750,000. On top of that, if we don't get that, it's not just the match. If the IRRR grant doesn't happen, the project doesn't happen. If the IRRR grant does happen and we don't have, there's still a gap that remains. So my point in all of this is to say, we do a really close analysis on whether or not it's needed, how much is needed, and for how long. And the resolution that's before you is not to approve the attached abatement agreement. That's a draft and an example. The resolution is to approve an up to term and up to amount. And I can tell you right now, it's not going to be either of those things. But we have to be careful for purposes of the IRRR grant to get approval for the maximums, up to the maximums. And then there will be an abatement agreement that follows that you all get to look at and approve or not approve. So we're trying to get the county board and the city council tomorrow your indication of support for abatement for this project so that we can submit it by Friday for the grant so that we get that $750,000. Again, you will have the final say on what the final terms are, but I can tell you part of the fun and not so fun part of my job is I get to negotiate and hold the folks behind me to task about how much I think they really need for this project, and I lean on Ellers to do that with me. So it's not just one guy in the corner. The reason we contract with Ellers is because they have vast experience in this arena, and they can consult with us and help recommend what they think based on their thorough analysis in the pro forma. They take all of their data, they put it in their pro forma, and they say, you're missing X, Y, and Z, or we disagree with A, B, and C. That takes a little while, But when we come to terms, we think, okay, I think it's justified based on what your projections are in the market, et cetera. You probably need at least X to make this project viable. That's the whole sort of back end, behind the curtain mechanics of how all of this works. Doesn't cost anyone anything. If we don't do abate, the project doesn't happen. And if we don't get the project, the tax base stays at $2,200 a year or so, unless something else gets built there. And my assumption is, considering this would be the largest multifamily project, I think, in Cook County history, that's for rent, not for sale, that this would produce more tax base than most things that would probably go into that site. So the last thing I'd say, and again, if you have any questions, I'm happy to address them. There's already been a little bit of a precedent set. A couple years ago, 2021, I think, the county board approved a tax abatement of up to $686,000 for the Sawbill Village project in Tofty. Unfortunately, obviously the HRA started operating after that, but unfortunately, despite our best efforts, that project is not happening, of course. I wanted to point out, that was for 6 units of housing, and the approved abatement was for about $680,000. We're talking about 6 times the amount of housing and a maximum of under that. So just for context, bang for buck, this is not a bad deal. And we were also going to the city to ask them to participate in this process. So this isn't just the county, this is the HRA, the city, everyone we can, the state with the IRRR money. We're trying to bring all of the resources to the table to make this happen. And somebody had, I've read some comments and some questions, and I think the communication that you read earlier, Chair Sullivan, asked the question, why are we putting all of this money into these different projects? And I wanted to clarify 2 really quick things, and then I will be done. One is that all of the money that we have committed toward projects to date, and as the letter I think pointed out, there aren't shovels in the ground yet. Part of the reason we're doing this is because we want to, the best odds we can get to get more housing, and things happen in development of projects. So I've been holding my breath for about 18 months, and I'm about, it's a lot of work, but I will celebrate when people move in. But this just increases the odds that we get more housing that we need. So the money that the HRA commits, we haven't given it to anybody. We're saying if the rest of the financial stack comes together and you close and begin construction, we're in. It's the same thing with abatement. There's no check being written. The developer's going to pay themselves over 8, 10, 15, whatever the term is, years. So there's nobody writing a blank check. It's, if you can bring this to the finish line, we'll partner with you. But if you can't, we don't. It's kind of that simple. And sorry, this is actually the last thing I wanted to say. I think Gary had mentioned this. The rents that we're talking about, the 80% AMI rents, as he indicated, those are not set by, they don't get to make that decision. I don't make that decision. We tie it to Minnesota Housing's rents they release every year. That you can look it up on their website, multifamily rents. And so we tie it to that metric, and they do it by county. So right now they have Cook County rents published on their website at 80%, 70, 60, 50, 30. Those are all established. And it's really important that we tie it to not any arbitrary number, but we rely on the state, Minnesota Housing, to create those for us so we can use an objective metric of what is 80% of the area median income. So again, if folks have any questions after public comment, I'm happy to help.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Are there other members of the public that wish to speak this morning? Any other members of the public that wish to speak? All right, we'll close the public hearing at this time, and the board can talk about the attached resolution for support. Any comments? Commissioner Storley.
Thank you, those of you that came up to be presenters. And I don't know, Gary, because I have some questions for you, but just for the public. The land has been purchased, and it's up by, up yonder. And there's a little house in a garage behind it. Is that going to remain, or is that part of the land acquisition?
That's a separate parcel owned by Dick and Ellie Christensen, and that will remain there.
Okay.
Part of the development will make sure they have access to their home.
Okay, so you'll be a little bit over to the east then on the development of that land?
We will be fairly close to Blue Moose.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We're going to move our building, if you've seen the plan, as far east as we can, take advantage of the topography and the view shed.
Okay, very good. it sounds like the units are well planned out by Ideal Homes. So there will be a project manager, someone who will take care of the units and be part of that running of the business.
We are going to interview 3 or 4 property management companies, and so we will select one of them to manage the property.
Good, okay. And Jason, I'm glad that you mentioned up to, because I had it circled here also, up to 450. Doesn't mean that they're going to ask for 450, but up to the 450. And then the up to 15 years. What happens after the 15 years?
Commissioner, that's the longest term that's allowed in statute unless there's a sort of nuanced caveat to that. So barring the school district's participation, it's up to 15 years is the most we could ask for abatement. After that, they don't get a tax. I'm contending that we're not recommending probably 15 years, but we'll see when the final numbers sort out. But after that, regardless, even if it was 15 years, then they just wouldn't have tax abatement. The full value would be on the tax roll.
All right, thank you on that.
All right, thank you. Other questions? Commissioner Hawkins?
Should we just invite Jason back up here at the table to where?
I was going to say, if you guys
Yeah,
have
that's
any-
probably a good idea. Right by the mic.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Yes.
How can I help you?
Thank you for being here this morning.
Of course.
And but I still want to address some of the comments that we received as a board. So can you explain why there's an abatement request for this project going before the IRRR and not the other 2 projects that are also going before, to be considered for funding at IRRR? There were 2 others that was mentioned.
Sure, Commissioner, great question. The short version is they're different projects. So we have 3 applications that I'm submitting by, again, Wednesday, that will be a combined total of $1.3 million that we're requesting from IRRR. 2 of those, the other 2 you're referring to, are single-family for-sale projects. So the math is just totally different. The structure of the project's different. We're asking for infrastructure for those projects so that they can set the stage and then build single-family homes and sell them. So that's the reason we're asking for abatement for, there's nothing to, I'll put it this way. When they build a building in a multifamily situation, and they have contracts with developers or the GC or whatever and bonds to make sure they finish the product, there's an asset that is complete that is taxable. The projects we're requesting, the risk for the infrastructure for sale projects, there's no guarantee they're going to build all 20 homes or all 10 homes. So you don't know what the abatement's going to actually be. We know for a multifamily, if they build a building that they've got approval for, it's going to be, that's what's going to be taxed. So it just doesn't work quite the same way. You can do tax abatement for infill, single-family for-sale homes. This is actually, I'm glad you brought this up because this is an opportunity to say, I have been avoiding and trying not to ask for tax abatement for anything. This is not a well that I like to go to if we don't have to. The reality is there's finite resources. Part of the reason that I've requested land from the county or the city, et cetera, is because that's an asset we can contribute that doesn't cost anything. Especially if it's publicly owned and not on the tax rolls. Anytime you sell it, it's going to immediately increase the tax liability. So when I bring, or the HRA or EDA or whatever brings a request for TIF or tax abatement, it's because the other tools either aren't available or don't work. So I've been very careful. This is the first project that we've supported a tax abatement request. And again, this is still using, HRA is planning on contributing some funds to this. There's $750,000, and Gary enumerated the other resources. The math is just simply that bad for developing new housing, which there's a reason that Cook County has been talking about it for 40 years. And now the math is the worst in history for constructing homes. So I don't want to go and ask every project for abatement, and I would not support every project for abatement. Some folks have asked, like the gentleman who wrote in, what about, Switchback, they're already having issues with financing gaps, et cetera. Are they going to come ask for abatement? I've told them that I wouldn't support abatement requests for them because we're already supporting with other resources. But those resources are finite, and the projects we're asking for now when we make these requests, and I have a request for property tomorrow from City Council, that's because there are one-time dollars coming from the state that we're trying to maximize, and we have like a 12-month window to do it. And so this is a big push, and we're having more asks than we normally would because we're trying to leverage over $2 million from the state to get the housing built. Long answer, sorry, but an
No,
opportunity.
I think it's important to make sure we're all on the same page of
Yep.
what it is that you're asking. So now I'm going to ask, this project, IRRR, they're asking for $750,000, and then 400, up to 450 here. If they don't get the 750, if they get 500,000, more likely we will need more than 450,000 in abatement to make it happen. Where is the pro forma standing right now? Where's the gap?
Sure, great question, Commissioner. So the 450 is the most that can be produced by the projections that we have. So if IRRR says, we like it, but we don't like it that much, or whatever they would say, we're going to do 500. It doesn't matter if they wanted to come back and ask for more tax abatement. There's only so much that can be generated by a project over 15 years. So part of the strategy here, of course, is we're going to both the city and the county to see who's all in, and then we can see what the IRRR does. If the IRRR comes and says we're going to do 500, we're trying to get enough margin with the city and the county so that we could fill that space. If the IRRR says no, then it doesn't matter. We have one sort of moonshot. There's one other program that we could ask for, but I'm asking for another project for that. So I'm trying to spread all of the love from the state, as well as we can. And timing is a big consideration here too. Like, for better or for worse, they are all coming out at the same time, which has been super fun for myself and my staff. But we will.
Your unpaid staff? Your wife?
Yeah, my wife's having a lot of fun with it too. So all of that's to say that the reason that we included the maximums is to say if we can get on board for this is the most that we would request, we have a little margin in case IRRR decides to reduce our reward or something. Again, if they don't, we have this other option we can go after at the state level that we will. But we won't know until March 15th or so. Or actually, I think it's the 18th now. They moved their meeting a little bit. So we're trying to set the stage so that we have a little bit of flexibility, because at the end of the day, just like yourselves, there are people on a board that make the decision. And from what I understand, talking with my colleagues at IRRR, we're asking for the most. And I still feel good about our odds, and I still feel like they're going to, I hope and feel that they're going to be largely supportive because we have projects that are ready. And that's not true of every community. So I feel very grateful for that. But again, at the end of the day, they have their own political calculus and their own decisions on how to do it. So we're trying to keep options open. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
I have a couple more, though. Go ahead. Oh, thank you, Chair. So another question that has come up. First of all, 2 times it was mentioned during public comment about a revolving loan fund application. Now, I'm on the revolving loan fund committee. We did see initial application, but then we got word that it was taken out to not be considered, and it's not on the agenda for our meeting tomorrow. So I am just wondering, is the revolving loan fund part of your funding package that's Ellers is considering?
It'll be on the agenda for tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not involved with the revolving loan fund, so I
Okay.
can't answer it anyway. Sorry,
It
Commissioner.
just confused me when last month it was pulled, and I got an agenda and it had other things on it, but not that, and I'm thinking, wonder what's going on.
No idea.
Okay, so that's just a side. The other question that somebody has asked me, concerns. So we do this abatement, and in exchange, we get 50% of the units, 80% AMI. What happens in year 16? Do we have another Harbor View apartment building situation? Or Birchwood situation, where people can't afford to rent there anymore?
Commissioner, that's sort of the trade-off, unfortunately. I don't know if it was Gary or one of the previous folks mentioned, maybe it was Howard, who said basically tax abatement in some sense is helping to buy down some of these rents. At the end of the day, this is all spreadsheet and math, and that's not super fun. It's more exciting to talk about the people who get to live somewhere, of course, but I get to do that after the thing gets built. In the meantime, if you, for example, let's say you had the property could produce $1 million of tax abatement from the county side of things. And the county said, hey, we want to ensure that this property remains, at least some of the rents are capped for 40 years. Well, the math has to, like, the money has to come from somewhere, right? Because at some point, it's not, and I've looked at the pro forma many times, and at some point, the bank says, we will or will not finance this because it doesn't make sense, right? So this is a very complicated conversation with Ellers, the bank, the developer, the HRA, these other funding parties have already been talked to about where people are comfortable, what are they willing to do, and it's sort of a continuing of spinning plates until you all reach an agreement on something. Year 16, the developer gets to decide what they do with it. The point, and this is the truth, I mean, this is the truth of every affordable project ever, everywhere. Unless you have a nonprofit or it's continue to be operated by somebody whose mission is, like, for example, Birchwood's a good example. To get the funding from rural development that they've received for those units, they have to maintain affordability. The only reason that building is being rehabbed instead of rebuilt entirely is because of the funding that rural development pays toward rents. Like, otherwise, it doesn't work. The project the cash flow doesn't happen. So my point is, we're trying to create more housing now, and I would love it to be affordable for 30 years, but the pro forma doesn't support that. So we're trying to figure out what's a reasonable request from the county and the city, how long can we extend that affordability, and what is, like, and Ellers, again, is very much a part of this conversation. They say, well, if we try to do it for 20 years, in year 20, they lose money or something. Because it all comes down to, obviously, there's a lot of assumptions and projections we have to build in based on the best data we have now. One other thing worth mentioning that's going to be in the abatement agreement is something called a look-back clause. What that does is says, we're going to check in year 5, let's say, and see how the building's actually performing. And if you don't need the amount of abatement we thought you'd need, we're going to change the term. So no developer likes that. But that's my job as a steward of public resources and trying to build the best agreement we can build. But they're agreeing to, like, hey, let's explore that language. So I'm working with Ellers right now on what that needs to look like and how we structure it. But it's a little safety mechanism that's built into these things to make sure, for example, if they knock it out of the park and they can rent, it fills up immediately and they can charge higher rents than they thought on the market rate deal, then they don't need the amount of abatement we thought they'd need. But considering this type of project has never been built here, we don't really know what market rate rents are in Cook County, much less Grand Marais, because everything is, it's a very interesting market, I'll just say that. So this is a huge risk for them. And I haven't worked with somebody like this group, and I'm not just saying this, it's 41 people who care, who are invested because they want to see housing here. They're not looking to make it, they could put their money in a money market and get 5.5% or something and not have to worry about it. This is a risk for everybody, but the right people are at the table to try to do it.
And can I just add to that? So thank you for sharing that for the public. I mean, it's not just the people in this room we're talking to, right?
Right.
But also, we hope we get all those other projects, and sorry, Howard, but I hope you have some competition for getting your rents.
Here, here.
That would be helpful in year 16 if we had enough places for people to go. So I just want to point that out.
Commissioner, I just want to say that's a very good point and part of the calculus here. There's a lot of comments in the community about, do we need however many units? Well, the more we have, if they have a vacancy issue, it means the rents have to go down. So competition in housing is a good thing. Right now, there is no competition. There's no inventory. So people charge, fortunately, we have a lot of people in this community who are charging less than they probably could because they recognize that they need to keep employees and hire folks, et cetera. But ultimately, if we have more supply and we have more competition, prices will go down, and that's the objective here.
I think that covers all my little questions here. Thank you.
Just to clarify, it is on the agenda. It's the first item on the agenda for tomorrow.
I read the other
Well,
three.
there's been a lot of things coming out in email in the last 2 days, so, and just background that the reference to all the work, the Finance Committee has been meeting with them more than once, I know, so. They have the
Thank you.
background, they'll be helping tell us about that tomorrow.
Thank you. Commissioner Mills?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in this case, we keep saying the developer, right? That's the Cook County Real Estate Group or Fund, right? Is that?
In concert, I think, with a group called Revocity, there's a development team.
Okay. And so when we're talking about year 16, and it's the developer's, purview, That's our 41 locally dedicated members in concert with an outside entity. So knowing the values of our 41 local members, I would hope that there's going to be some kind of understanding or longer term thinking about what's needed and what's best for the community, even though there's no legal obligation. It's just best foot forward situation there. Can you speak a little to the discrepancy with the 20 and the 15 years? I mean, the 20 years would be if the school district was involved and they, I guess, specifically said no, which is, according to the agreement, which is unfortunate, but, yeah, just can you speak to that at all?
Sure, I'll be brief here, Commissioner. Yes, statute allows for up to 20 years if one of the taxing jurisdictions, if two participate and one is asked to participate but declines in writing. So often, school districts very rarely participate, and I think as a function of total tax base, it's like 3.5% of the city. It's like 3.5, 34, and 43, something like that. Brady could correct me about the actual amount of the local tax rate. But the point is, you can do up to 20 if you formally request and informally they decline in writing. Now, that's not something that we're exploring doing, because at present, the project doesn't need it.
Okay. Assuming we get the everything and, everything this goes for it. Okay. If that happened, though, it would guarantee the rents for 20 years, though, huh?
Not necessarily.
Oh.
So the rents, the guarantee of the 80% AMI cap is not intrinsically tied to the abatement. That's just a useful mechanism. Like often, so when I've done TIF districts in the past, for example, we say, well, as long as you're receiving this resource, you're going to keep the rents at X level. That's often done with abatement, but here the point is we're tying it to the abatement term. But even if for example, if the abatement was only 8 years, I'm still negotiating for 15 years, right? Because we're trying to figure out how long when in the pro forma does it is the cutoff, so to speak, right? And without getting too in the weeds, there are various things that you have to take into consideration, like refinancing, exiting for certain investors, different products like loans have coming due, that sort of thing. All of that dictates when and how much abatement is needed and how long, et cetera. So 15 years is the spot right now where it works, barring any huge changes to costs or something else that comes in. To answer your question.
I think so,
Okay.
yeah, thank you. I just, I think what both Commissioner Hawkins and I are getting at as far as the rents, the concerns there is, in my opinion, the only way for us to guarantee rents in the long term is if it's county-owned. And we're not in a position to do that right now, and this is a stepping stone in that direction. We really need to get through this logjam of housing, and this is a really big blast. So, it makes sense just to try to get us there, but I think that's the only way we can guarantee lower rents. And then, of course, we're subsidizing with taxpayer dollars, and so that's a whole nother thing.
Just so commissioners know, sorry, I think this is maybe helpful and important for you to know. The IRRR grant doesn't intrinsically or explicitly state that you need to have any level of affordability. That's not a requirement. I made it clear to the developer, I'm not interested in supporting their application unless we include some level of affordability. And so then the conversation is just how much, how affordable, how long. So I just want to let people know, part of the HRA's job here is to figure that out. We need all of the housing for sure. We could probably absorb 36 units of straight market rate housing for sure. But I'm also trying to safeguard the fact that there are different tiers of housing that we need, and how do we get as much of that for as long as we can.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Hawkins?
Thank you. I'd like Jason to address an issue that came up at the Planning Commission meeting last Wednesday about short-term rentals, because this spot in the city it's allowable to have short-term rentals in this area, in this zone. So could you speak to what you said the other night about that?
Absolutely, Commissioner. First of all, the developer has not indicated any desire to do that. So from the, again, it's 41 people that are, largely from the community or attached to or involved in the community. So that's never been the design, but things change. So we're making sure to capture that, both in the development agreement, and then we can also, there are mechanisms we're going to be putting in place that do not allow for short-term dwelling permits or licenses, et cetera, on this property. Now, of course, who knows what could happen in 15 years, but if something were to change, they'd have to come back and they would have to be removed, that restriction would have to be removed, and they'd also have to get some sort of licensing from the city, presumably, especially because it's a commercial property. It's not a single-family home. So I'm assuming it'd be some sort of lodging or motel license or something like that. But as of right now, what's going to be built into the agreement and the funding is that's not an option.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Mills.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that actually brought up a thought, an idea as well as, we could allow short-term rentals there, the city could allow that, and then maybe we wouldn't need as much abatement. The whole idea, though, is finding that balance, right? Do we value more units for the long term right now, or do we value the abatement, the deferred, tax income? So in my mind, we need those units right now. If it was a different calculus, maybe we would want to pursue other ways to find financing, like short-term rentals. But I appreciate all the thought and sensitivity that goes in around that topic.
Commissioner, just quickly, you're hitting on something that's actually great to think about in 15 years. But honestly, like right now, we're working on getting these units because we need the supply. In 15 years, if the economy changes, demand changes, there's a tool that's available to, let's say, to increase that affordability or elongate that term. You could say, well, the city could say, we'll grant you 10 permits, or the county can say that, in exchange for you keeping X number of units affordable. Like, that's another kind of tool in your pocket. Now, again, for the first 15 years, that's not what we're interested in providing. But food for thought, long term.
Other questions? Commissioner Storley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did I understand you to say that the city may be also involved in some development? We have the sawmill and we have the housing behind Birch Grove School. Did you mean that you could possibly include all of those in the future money requisition?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Can you say it one more time, Commissioner Storley?
Well, we have this development that we have before us today.
Correct, yep.
Okay, and then we have these other potentials out there.
Yes.
Would they be included in our potential with this development?
I'm sorry, our potential for the
Separate.
tax abatement? Yeah, no, these are all separate. So the tax abatement we're talking about is specific to the Heights project
Okay,
and exclusive to the Heights project. Yeah.
okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner White.
And why are we saying 15 years and not 7?
Commissioner, we're saying up to 15 until we iron out so we have to go to the council tomorrow too and make the request to support a tax abatement. And until, I'm being optimistic here and in partnership with the city, until the city says, yes, we'll participate. And by the way, it's probably good to note if the council is supportive of an abatement, they're considering doing a 3-way agreement if the county's open to that, which is pretty common, which basically says the city, the county, the developer are all in agreement that this is what's being built, this is why we're doing this, and this is the amount that each are contributing. But until we know the IRRR and the city and the county's all potential amounts, we don't know what the final calculus is. So we're trying to say this would be the maximum you would approve. And if you can get your comfort level around that, then it will be less than that if we can bring all these other resources to the table. What we don't want to do is say, for example, the county board says, yes, it needs 7 years. We'll commit to 7 years. And then IRRR comes back and says, you can have 500,000. And then we go, just kidding, county board, can we request an increase to the tax abatement? We're trying to say, worst case scenario, this is what we're asking for. Does that make sense?
Okay. So you're saying that this will not impact other taxpayers at all? The abatement, because now we will not be getting tax monies for the parcel that this project will be built on for 15 years is the hope. So how do the other taxpayers, property owners, not have to pick up that slack in income?
Commissioner, yeah, I'll address that.
I just don't understand how that works.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, it's tax abatement and tax increment financing are really fun topics that nobody quite understands. The short answer is, right now, that property is producing about $2,200 in taxes. That money will continue to go to the county city school district. Like, that's not going to change for however long the term is. If it's 8 years or 15 years, doesn't matter. The county's still going to get its share of that money from the original net tax capacity. Also, there will be an obviously, when they're done building, Bob Thompson and his crew will go out and say, like, this property is no longer worth $180,000. It's worth X million dollars because there's a new building with new operation, right? So the value will go up, and then the following year, because it's always a year behind, the taxes will reflect that value. So what the abatement is, as the developer will pay their taxes, some portion of that, and right now it's projected to be 90% is the conversation, 90% of the increase, not of the whole taxes, of the increase in taxes will go back to the development to make the project possible. But there's still a margin of increase that will go to the taxing jurisdictions. So all of that's to say that the reason the taxpayers don't have to pay anything is because developers are paying themselves over 8 or 15 years. If they don't pay their taxes, well, first of all, they have a lot bigger problems if they don't pay their taxes. But if they don't pay their taxes, they don't get tax abatement. So there's no often, which is confusing, like the city of Grand Marais just last week or week and a half ago approved a bonding tax abatement bonds. I don't know if you read about that or heard about that for their City Hall project. And I'm not trying to go too deep into the public finance weeds, but I want to make a big distinction because people conflate them for obvious reasons. They're like public entities can commit future taxes from a project to pay a bond. So like Brady can't just go to US Bank and get a big loan. I don't think, can you? Well, you could as an individual maybe. On behalf of the county, you probably shouldn't. But what he can do is work with bond counsel to issue bonds for capital improvements, et cetera, right? This is fundamentally different because there's no bond issuance. There's no debt being levered. They're just saying, as we pay our taxes, you're proving that some of those at new taxes. So again, they wouldn't be created without the project. So as you're paying the new increase in taxes, a portion of those will come back to the project to make the project possible. And it's that commitment on the front end that makes banks and makes everybody else comfortable with them proceeding. Does that help?
It helps, but I could not repeat that at all.
All right.
I'm happy to talk with you as well after or offline.
Well, one thing, it's about our process around here again. You say you need to do it, you need to get this in by Wednesday? I'm assuming it's next Wednesday.
No, I need to have the application submitted by Friday.
By Friday,
Correct.
Friday. And this is Tuesday. Did you just know the application did they spring it on you? I mean, why was this not brought before this board before then? So we would have an opportunity to have more time talking about the fun of financing to get a better grip on understanding it. Excuse me. Our citizen who wrote the letter brought up a lot of statements that I didn't know I should ask a question about them because I don't know about this. And so now we are again being asked to support something without having had the time to we're thoroughly discussing, but I couldn't tell you I thoroughly understand it. I get bits and pieces. There were a number of statements. I mean, I'm appreciative that we have 41 community people that are working towards this project, but to be honest, I can't believe that this is out of the total goodness of their heart, because they are good finance people and they need to make money on their money. So I get that. That's not an issue, but don't think that I understand we just have all these philanthropists out there, because if we did, then money would just be given. So I'm not faulting, it's not a criticism, but the point is, I'm grateful we have a community group that wants to build housing for us. That's all. So why is this coming? When did you know about this for the IRRR
So there are two
application?
So two things, Commissioner. One, the IRRR application was released in November. And these things, unfortunately, is almost always the case. We've been working on fine-tuning this project to understand what the need is. So we had to right-size our ask for the IRRR. And then the development, as we understood the timeline for that, the developers had to get cost estimates, had to select a builder, had to contractor, all of those things, right? And that process is happening in concert with the HRA's process of reviewing performance, engaging elders, et cetera. I met with Commissioner Yorkie and Administrator Roth, Administrator Yorkie.
Commissioner Roth.
Commissioner. Some officials somewhere, I met with them, and indicated in November that this might be an ask, but, in Administrator Yorkie's position, like, there's nothing specific to bring to the board yet, because we didn't have specific numbers. So the county has been really helpful in trying to navigate this, and part of I remember actually, I don't know, Commissioner, if you were, I don't think you're a commissioner yet, but I had come to the county board and presented on tax abatement and TIF. It was really riveting, great reviews. But my point is, I've been trying to bring the community along, and you can go on Boreal right now, there's a whole long article about tax abatement. I'm trying to educate as much as I can. I don't know the level of each individual's sophistication on the topic, or what questions you may or may not have. In the letter that you're referring to, for example, that Mr. Coe wrote, part of the reason I started my comments with trying to unpack the mechanisms is because there's generally just a misunderstanding of how the tool works. And so my job is to tell you this is the truth on how these things work. Obviously, I have a bias to trying to provide these tools, but if you have deeper questions about tax abatement, I'm not an expert in tax abatement, but I'm trying to make sure that we at least know how it will or will not impact. And the final thing I'd say is, you're being asked to approve an up to maximum, but there are two conditions on that resolution, one of which is you still get to decide whether or not you like the final terms. If you don't, the project doesn't happen, or you don't support it with tax abatement. So you're basically approving your willingness to proceed with the tax abatement conversation, and that's what's needed for our IRRR grant application, not the actual abatement agreement itself. We can come back in March and you can say, you know what, that's too much or too long or whatever. I'm not advocating for that, by the way, but I'm just saying that the board has the privilege of making that determination. It just so happens that because of this last funding year, everything, including the state, is way behind. Like, everybody's trying to get things out the door and get it wrapped up, and so we're just trying to keep up, more or less.
Okay, and then one other question, is this the 80%? And so if that is an annual adjustment, does that mean that everyone will only have a one-year lease who might occupy this facility?
Not necessarily, Commissioner. That depends on how they structure the lease with the land. Like any other rental property, you could lock in your lease rate at whatever it is for 2 years if they negotiate a 2-year lease. The point is just as the number changes from Minnesota Housing, new leases have to be at or below that number.
And what is that number right now, about? Ballpark?
For a
one bedroom?
$1,344, I think. $1,311? For it's $1,324 for a one bedroom. I just looked right before the meeting. So, and I know, just a quick, I know that I've heard a lot of folks say that that's not affordable. I would recommend them to go look to try to rent in Duluth or anywhere else.
But they live here.
Yeah, I understand that, but that's
Even
right.
here.
Even here.
Even here.
And honestly, again, this is accommodating Cook County's median income, not Duluth, not Rochester's. This is the state based on county demographics.
Commissioner Mills.
Which reminds me, I misspoke the other day. I was in a meeting where they were talking about the regional AMI, and I latched onto the $100,000, but then during the meeting, I went in and looked, and I believe Cook County's AMI is 89.5. Is that what I got? I got back to
Never went back.
But it's something like that.
up
So,
with you.
but I misspoke, and I wanted to correct that publicly. Sorry for any confusion.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I think we've had just an excellent discussion and lots of different perspectives shared. Is there a motion to approve the attached resolution for support of this project?
I'll make a motion to support the resolution.
Thank you, Commissioner White. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have Commissioner Storley and Commissioner Arkansas saw Commissioner Storley first. So motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Hi.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all very much. And what we'll do is take a short break at this point in time. So we'll let the public know that we'll be taking about 10 minutes for a break. Thank you.
I'd like
I'll try.
Welcome back, everyone. We've taken a short break, and as we return, we're going to adjust our agenda a little bit this morning because of the length of our public hearing and discussion. So I'd like to move forward to item number 11B, which is a resolution of cooperation with North Shore Waste, and that is one of our attorney items. Good morning, Attorney Hicken.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So this resolution that's been submitted to your board packet is intended to reflect our conversation at the work session that the county board held January 16th, 2024. And it's also a follow-up to the original resolution that the board passed in August of last year, authorizing the Cook County Administrator to seek capital assistance from MMB for a transfer station. That transfer station, as we explained, will be owned by the county, must be owned by the county according to the rules of public bonding. But all along, the project has been contemplated to include the county's, I believe I can safely say, the sole waste management company that can serve most of the residences and businesses in Cook County, and that's North Shore Waste. So the recitals in the resolution should match your memory of what we talked about, and so should the resolution language, which is at the bottom, including you'd be granting the administrator the authority to negotiate in good faith towards agreements which would grant Cook County a lease on North Shore Waste property, and the authority to build a facility there, a waste transfer facility there, and agreements that would also assign North Shore Waste a use agreement or use privileges to operate that waste transfer facility. There's another piece that we've contemplated, but I didn't include here because I felt like we hadn't discussed it fully, and I'm not sure if it's necessary to include it in the resolution at this time, which is that we may also come up with an agreement that North Shore Waste would actually be the project manager, construction manager for building the building. But that's left out here. I'm not asking for commissioners to sign on to that quite yet. I don't think it's necessary for our purposes. The resolution is important to get out now so that we can formally send a message to MMB that we have an arrangement in mind and we're serious about moving forward if these funds are awarded. Anything to add?
No, I think you summarized it quite well.
Any questions or discussion? I know I just am very anxious to see that we have a resolution so that as we move forward with the legislature, and they went back to business yesterday, that we have things in place and are working towards supporting these efforts. So I think it's very important and very timely. Any questions? Commissioner White.
Are you comfortable with the draft resolution that has been put together?
Yeah. I think it's a step forward in something that I think is going to need to be worked on over the next year or so as we work our way through the process. But I am comfortable with what was put together.
All right, thank you.
Chair Sullivan, so this document was drafted last week, Tuesday or Wednesday, and shared with, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, I don't remember anymore, and shared with North Shore Waste, so they had the opportunity to see it ahead of time.
Right. Any other discussion? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the resolution of cooperation with North Shore Waste in support of state bonding application for the transfer station.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. Is there support?
Support?
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, and thank you for waiting. We appreciate your patience. All right, we'll jump back in our agenda to item number 6, Auditor Powers.
And Madam Chair, if I could,
Certainly.
we expected to have Bruce Kimmel on the phone today. He had another commitment at 10 o'clock, and I've not heard back from him. He said he could be available after 10 o'clock, but he wasn't sure how long his 10 o'clock commitment was going to take.
Would you like to go ahead with maybe the other attorney item, review and amend commissioner bylaws, and then go to the auditor?
We could.
All right, let's do that. Attorney Hicken.
Thank
Item
you.
A.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So I was thinking about this. I think the best way to maybe present these changes would be for me to switch spots with Jana, hook up my computer to the screen so that you can see the language in front of you on your screens, and we can
Sure.
move through the document.
All right,
And I'll
thank you.
highlight the recommended changes.
All righty. And I appreciate we've had an opportunity to have input over the last few months. It was actually last fall that we began to work on revision of the bylaws back in November, and it was somewhat delayed the last time. If you look at the date on the Commissioner Handbook, was prior to the pandemic hitting. So we've got a number of updates, and we've gotten some of the new documents from AMC about open meeting law. I mean, there's just a lot of new supporting materials that we reviewed that are a part of that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out, I thought there was one other person out in the crowd that is on the
That's
agenda
been
that we might
waiting
be
all
able
morning.
to
Yep.
get out of here, but, oh, okay.
Yep.
He's got nothing but time.
There's no snow falling. We'll look at that as we finish here.
Okay, and I'm working on getting this over to Jana's computer, so she
All
can-
right, that sounds good.
Should I project? So you were provided with one draft of these bylaws back in December, and one draft again last week. I think there were minor changes between those two drafts. And if we hear that Mr. Oh, I'm forgetting his
Mr.
name
Kimmel.
from Ellers. Yes, Mr. Kimmel is available, then maybe we could cut this short and move on to other business. I guess if you've all seen the edits, the proposed edits, and you don't have questions, and there's no reason to move through the language, we don't have to. I guess I'll just go at the direction of the chair and the board.
Okay. I have looked through all of it multiple times, but I would ask other commissioners if there's particular areas of concern or questions that they have, or just rationale. Commissioner Hawkins.
I do.
Sure. Go right ahead.
All right, I just wrote down notes here. So, under attendance and work sessions, now I didn't write page numbers down on everything here that I realized.
That's okay, I can find the page number. Number 9, page 9.
And 10 of the PDF, right?
Page 201.
So it's page 9 of the actual document, page 10
M
of the PDF
yeah,
attachment
and
for the
Yep.
board agenda, and page 200 and something,
201. Yeah.
201.
201,
Not to confuse
the
the
board
public.
packet. So, scroll down to section 3F on attendance.
Yes, there we go.
There you go, the highlighted language right there. All right. And you can keep scrolling down because there's quite a few paragraphs.
Well, my question, first of all, I guess, on that, about notifying the administrator, is this just county board meetings we're talking about, or is this our committee meetings too? I was
Okay.
just wanted to clarify.
scheduled meetings of the board. So this
So it
is
is-
our intent, and this language is supposed to reflect that these are the regular meetings of the board and the work sessions of the board.
Okay.
Those that, where the board as a body meets.
Thank you. I was just curious about that. Then work sessions. What I had in my, sorry, I didn't write down
Find
the.
this.
We'll find it.
This is item G on page 13 of the PDF, probably page 12 of the document, and 213 of the board packet.
There you go.
All right.
Oh, my gosh. Anyway,
Ma'am.
the time for our work session on the third Tuesday.
Right,
I
we had
can't
said
find it
that
here.
needed to be changed to 10:30.
All right. I just,
Good catch.
yep, I just, yeah,
Sorry, so changing the time,
It should be 10:30.
I still can't.
We
find
had
it.
talked about it, it's just, it's a typo. Because originally it said 8:30.
Originally, it was
What page
8:30.
were am I supposed to be on for that?
okay,
13
it's
of the
page,
Oh, here we go. I can
Yep.
see the numbers up here now.
page 13 of the PDF attached to the
Page
agenda,
12 of the
page 12
document,
of the
G,
document.
work sessions,
Okay.
second
The
paragraph.
section is section 4, county board meetings, and section G, subsection G, work sessions, and the change is to a 10:30 start, not a 10 a.m. start.
Okay,
Correct,
all right, just,
yep,
I will make that change before publishing these.
sure.
and then my next one was about putting items on the agenda.
Yes.
And obviously, in my notes here, I didn't write my complete thought, but something about who determines appropriateness of items. And now I can't find it on here to refresh my memory of what my question was. Can we just look at?
Yes, let me see if I can find the part of the document where that's addressed. I think it is. It might be under staff, section
I
11.
think it's page 21 of the PDF. Maybe is where it starts.
Oh, the agenda, regular agenda?
Yes, yep.
So section 7.
County board agenda, it's down at the bottom on A, preparation and distribution.
Okay.
Committee board meetings, yep.
What page?
I think it's, 21 is where it starts.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 21 spills onto 22.
But I guess, maybe question.
I don't know, I don't have
So
it
it
open
talks
the right
about
way.
members of the board can request to place an item on the agenda, and department heads may use the online agenda item report system for submission of proposed items.
Okay, so members of the board may request an item be placed on the agenda by informing the county administrator. I was just wondering, to me, it seemed like more, also your board chair, you should be having discussion. That was just my thought of
Sure.
trying, so I wanted to bring that up for discussion.
And certainly, we meet and talk about the agenda on a regular basis. We have a regular weekly meeting set up.
So, if you would like the bylaws to reflect what current procedure is. Current procedure, as I understand it, we make our agenda requests through iCompass with approval to county administrator. And then at what point, Chair, do you come into that conversation about whether the items are appropriately on the agenda? Would that be?
You know, kind of our way of doing it, not every item goes through iCompass, and I'll share an example that we had today. The letter of support for Grand Portage did not go through iCompass. I had met with individuals in Grand Portage. They had come here a week ago Friday, and we had a meeting, and then I spoke with Administrator Yorkie. I did not go through iCompass.
But You didn't, but we did.
But you
So
did.
all items get put on the agenda through iCompass.
Correct.
So it's been my practice, like if a commissioner calls me and says, hey, I'd like to put this on the agenda, I'll usually say, have you talked to the chair about it? And if not, I mean, I would certainly loop the chair in to say, there's been a request to put this on the agenda. It's not something I would decide unilaterally myself.
So I just don't know if our bylaws needed to clarify that it is a joint decision, chair, administrator. That was just something that I questioned when I read that.
What I'd like to do is propose some language and bring the bylaws. We can approve some changes maybe today, but it might be complicated, and it'd be best probably for me to bring back some proposed language to reflect that change to the board, and then we can put it on a consent agenda if there's consensus about it.
Okay, that sounds great.
Is it okay
Go
if I
ahead.
can continue?
Absolutely.
Section 8, committees, and the establishment of committees. One of the committees that I thought about here is our revolving loan fund. And the minutes are not on iCompass, and for kind of an important reason as far as data practice. I mean, we do have confidential information that gets shared in that meeting that is
Right.
not appropriate to put on iCompass. So when I read the way this is working, it means all of our committees, and I know we don't. So I'm wondering how we address that.
Thank you. And this, I'm really glad and grateful for your careful review of these bylaws, because this is one area where I wasn't sure if our practice was actually matching what's in our bylaws. So I guess the board needs to decide what our practice should be, if we should be requiring all minutes for all advisory committees to be uploaded to iCompass. Should we be requiring the chairs of our committees to publish the agenda on iCompass? Should every committee be held to that same standard, or is it appropriate that some committees wouldn't be publishing? For example, the revolving loan fund committee looks at a lot of financial information, which I think the applicants wouldn't necessarily be happy about us
Right.
publishing.
Can we have language that indicates when appropriate or when legal?
Chair Sullivan, and are we talking about, like, only county?
County meetings.
Not, okay.
Advisory committee meetings.
Could it be at the discretion of who the chairman is of the meeting to say this one would be not published, but review it? Make it simple, this is what was discussed, but keep out the things that would be implicating public. I don't know.
I guess the other, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Administrator.
Yes, the other issue is, and this agenda is a really great example. Sometimes these agendas take a lot of time and work to put together. And so I just want to point out, if we are going to be changing our practices in a way that we are going to start publishing agendas that we don't currently, and setting up, videos and what have you, there's a time cost to that. It's work. And so if we are going to look at changing our current practices, I just want us all to be mindful of the resources needed to make any changes.
I don't know about for other commissioners, I feel like our practice currently is effective and works very well. Anybody feel to the contrary of that?
I'm okay, but when I read this, I thought it meant everything, every committee. So I just want to clarify, I could be interpreting wrong. I'm asking
Did
for
you-
clarification.
And did you note a reference to a specific sentence? Because what I'm looking at record keeping, which is item C. Under
It was-
committees and commissions.
No, I just wrote my,
Page 25, I think, is probably of the PDF.
I don't remember the.
C1.
You memorize this.
I read it and
Great
wrote
man.
notes, what popped in my head, so.
So what the text says about record keeping is that the chair of the committee is responsible for making sure the minutes get to the county administrator. I don't see a requirement in our bylaws that agendas are published ahead of time. I don't see a requirement in the text that the items submitted to the committee ahead of the meeting or during the meeting need to also go to the county administrator. What I'm reading is the language I added is specific to the minutes. It says the minutes of the committee meetings shall be kept and shall become official upon approval of the committee. It is the responsibility of the chair to cause a written record of meeting occurrence and forward minutes to the county administrator to keep the written records on file.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
I think
does-
that's,
When I heard on file, I thought, oh, that must mean, because we just told him everything gets on iCompass, so I
Right.
just wondered how that
Okay.
works, okay.
so I think it's okay as it stands.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it would be a big change to require all those advisory committees to be using iCompass to publish the agenda, and I'm thinking of the Airport Commission, which has kind of been historically not connected to the same systems that the county is, and we've worked on that, we've improved that, but it would be pretty difficult, I think, for them to modify their, it would be quite a burden on those volunteer committee members.
Any other items from the handbook? Commissioner Storley, anything you have?
I have another one.
Go ahead.
Per diems, under G, qualifications, and then somewhere in that section, we talk about per diems. Are we saying every committee, like our highway advisory, do they get per diems? Is that paid out of the highway budget, or?
Yep, for reference, we're talking about.
This is commissioners.
Subsection I,
For citizens.
under
Oh, for citizens,
committees and
okay.
commissions. And
talking-
the page number is 27 of the document.
And
or
26, yeah.
28, per diems for citizen appointees. So, again, this is language that's been in the bylaws, and I had written a note here asking, is this our current procedure, that all committee members, citizen appointees receive a per diem reimbursement for attendance at regular or special meetings of such committees? It says appointees request compensation in the same manner as directed by the process for claims section of the Cook County Board of Commissioner per diem and expense policy. And it, further, per diems are not authorized for public officials or employees of other jurisdictions who serve on committees by virtue of their office, their work duties, right? They're already getting paid, in other words. So it's strictly for citizen appointees. I want to, before we talk about this, I want to also refer back to the part of the bylaws where you create, where it's by board action is, these committees are created by board action, and I think that's up towards the top of the bylaws. That would be a point at which the board could specify, is this a committee where per diems are paid or not? If you chose not to pay citizen appointees per diems for certain committees. So.
It has not been our practice to give per diem for the Budget and Facilities Advisory Committee. We also do not do that for the Highway Advisory Committee.
And there is a per diem that's paid for airport advisory.
And I have a question as to why. Why some yes and why some no? I don't, just why?
And it's probably developed independently per
is.
each group of.
Per the bylaws that are in each group.
Yeah,
I think it's just past practice, honestly.
yeah. So I think it's good that we're having this discussion. Is that really the intent? Is that the wish of the board? That things be different per committee, per commission? Or should all public appointees, citizen appointees have that right to collect per diem? And, you know, considerations you might want to discuss are the availability of citizens to serve on these committees. Do you want them to continue to apply? Is it right that they should take the time out of their day and travel to meetings and not be compensated? We want them to work purely on public service, or do we want to compensate them?
Madam Chair, I think in committees that I've heard around the area is that they get mileage when they travel as a citizen to be on a committee.
I know that is a component of the airport commission as an example. They get mileage, but they also have a per diem.
In the highway department, nothing.
They love going there.
I know.
Robbie gets donuts.
That's
I wonder if Auditor Powers, do you have any sense of overall how many groups are collecting per diems?
I don't have a good sense of that.
Okay.
I could develop one fairly quickly by looking at financial
Develop a
records.
sense.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we might leave the language as it is and wait till we actually have some data, some information that we can discuss. And we can change this handbook at a later date, you know, other specific items. But I'm looking for kind of these big picture things that we need to get up to speed with right now, and we can come back and fine tune a little bit. Commissioner?
I think this is my last one here.
Okay.
Concern was under qualifications and talking about the citizens that serve on this committee, and we're looking for diversity. I agree, we want a wide perspective of individuals, but I also think for some committees, it's really important we have expertise also. Revolving Loan Fund Committee, you better be able to read a spreadsheet. You better be able to understand a financial statement. If you cannot, you're probably not the best candidate choice, even though you live in the right district. And I think, same thing with the Highway Advisory Committee. If you have some background in that kind of work, you probably are more beneficial to the discussion than somebody like me that says, what does that mean? I'm learning though, so it's possible, but I would like to see that we also ask for consider the expertise of the individual applying and not just the district that they are residing in.
And I would say in committees that I've participated in, when you get applications, that's part of the discussion, looking at the applications, seeing what background and experiences individuals have, and then those advisory groups make a recommendation to the board based on that.
The only problem I have with that is when we say it has to come from District 2, or it has to come from District 5. And I get that. We do want that diversification of where you come from in the county. But if a position on that advisory committee has been sitting open for 6 months or a year, it's kind of, we should have some way of saying, there's somebody else out there who wants to be here. Let's get them in here, and maybe it's just on a short-term,
Maybe an
one-year basis.
appointment to fill that vacancy.
And to fill that position out and we keep advertising. I'm all for that, but I really think it's more beneficial to have people at the table than keeping it open because we don't have anybody willing to do that.
Commissioner?
I don't know that anything in the bylaws like makes it that way, but I think it is kind of practice with the different groups. And so if we can somehow share that perspective with the groups, I think it would it would be beneficial, I agree. But in these bylaws, I don't think anything restricts it. Like, the most restrictive thing with the qualifications is representing a diversity of communities within the county, civil groups, and interests. So, you know, that's pretty broad, a pretty broad restriction, or broad leeway, or whatever.
Attorney Hicken?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out another piece of text that kind of modifies the selection, and that's under subsection H5. So, page 27 of my document.
Yep.
So, number 5 talks about the recommendations a commissioner makes for appointing a qualified candidate. It says, each commissioner reserves the right to determine the means of selection of an appropriate individual based on judgment, training, experience, interest, and ability to function effectively on the committee board. So it is I think all this language could be simplified. I remember when we originally drafted these bylaws, these are coming from another county, I don't even remember anymore, but we reviewed this, we thought it was appropriate at the time. Was it Scott? So, yeah. And where is the diversity of?
Page 27,
Yeah.
number 4.
Number 4, down at the bottom of page 26. As a general guideline, the appointee to each board or committee should be comprised of members representing a diversity of communities within the county, civil groups, and interests.
So, do we want to add a clause to that also acknowledges people's experience and skills?
I think interests captures that.
That's a good point.
Interests?
Yeah, it says diversity of communities within the county, civil groups, and interests. So diversity of interests, experience and skills.
It is stated in 5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's stated
You want to
in
bring that
5.
over, put it under 4?
Do that, I think it probably,
I don't have
the
a
language
5.
I quoted from
Next page.
paragraph 5 in the next subsection probably
Oh, okay.
belongs way up there in number 4.
Yeah, probably.
Any other items?
I don't know
Commissioner White.
where this would go, but I just think that often, like again today, we're not given enough time to fully digest something that comes forward. And I did read that the committee of the whole is supposed to is the venue where we could fully discuss items as like a whole topic of something. Like let's spend this hour talking about the capital improvement plan, or let's spend this hour talking about, there's something else huge, about, you probably did this with the hiring the consultants for the assessments. And did you use that time to do that then? So you could really think about it and then make a vote on it before you hired the consultants. And the same with the pay comparisons. Was that done not just at this table, but, or whatever this is called? Did you give yourselves an opportunity to really talk about it at length during a public meeting? Because otherwise, closed meeting laws, I can only talk about one subject with one of my fellow commissioners if I want to discuss something. I can't even talk, like say Ginny and I would agree on something, and I would know that Commissioner Mills and I don't, but I could not speak to each of them about the subject on the telephone because that's a serial meeting. And so it's vital to have an opportunity, because in past practice, in past life, having the opportunity as a board to sit and ask the questions and be presented information that you might not be aware of is vital to being able to really understand what you're voting for. I just think it's more honest, it's definitely transparent. And in this situation, at the county level, the county has the means to go forward with any project or to make any decision without great repercussions, immediate repercussions. Whereas, like in a school district, you get X amount of money, but only if you get X number of students and only if. Here, you have you raise the levy. I mean, we have more abilities to access dollars. So because we have a greater responsibility to know that we are spending those dollars responsibly.
And my understanding is the committee of the whole work sessions are precisely not only for budgetary things, but for broad discussions that we need to have. I think back to, the Servant Farm ordinance. We needed a lot of discussion. We needed people from the outside to come in and talk about that. So when we're looking at significant changes in ordinances, significant decisions, that's exactly what committee of the whole is for. You are correct.
And how do we get items on the agenda for the committee of the whole?
Same way as a board meeting.
Just ask.
Yep. Any other items commissioners have for Attorney Hicken? Commissioner White.
Commissioner Sullivan, when this just came up in a reading, should, we get committee personnel that, for whatever reason, they don't attend, they're not able to do things, or it says they have to do this, or I'm not talking about county employees because that's not our purview, but it would be the administrator. But if they're, or if they are not what is the means for bringing that? What are the consequences when it's recognized that some person who is identified to be part of a committee does not fulfill their responsibility?
So there's different mechanisms
Is that
for
in
that.
this?
Go ahead, Attorney Hicken.
So I'd refer you to subsection L under commissions and committees, which is section 8. So subsection L relates to attendance by committee members. It requires that committee members contact the chair of the board or committee 24 hours in advance to say they won't be there. It talks about how you have to, let's see, more than 25% of the meetings, if you miss more than 25% of the meetings in a 6-month period, will cause the board or committee chair to review the nature of the absences. Pending the outcome of the review, may be necessary for the chair to forward a recommendation to the county board that the member be removed for poor attendance. So the board can, or whichever commissioner or chair is involved in that committee can forward a request to the board to say, this isn't working out, we need to remove this committee member and find a different person.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Any other items? So Commissioner Storley had none. Commissioner Mills, anything else?
Thank you.
Commissioner Hawkins or Commissioner White? All right, so we have some changes that we'll have you make and draft and send to us. And
and thank you so much for, again, for your careful review, Commissioner Hawkins. There was one other item that I was wondering, well, I guess I don't have clarity on what the board is requesting related to per diems for citizen appointees. Do you want me to come back with language that includes travel expenses, per diems, neither, both? Do you want to just sit on it?
I think each advisory committee has their either bylaws in the case of the airport, or they have their practices and procedures. And what I would suggest is that we ask those advisory committees if they would like to have their own, or if they would like a more standard format that we would decide upon as a board. Commissioner Mills?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My vote would be to leave it as is for now, and do just what you were saying as far as gathering information to maybe look at it. Personally, I think that we want to encourage as much participation. I think we should need to value people's time and be consistent as well. But for the time being, I'm happy leaving it and then revisiting after we have more discussion and data.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. The final question I have for you is back to that commissions and committees section. I know Chair Sullivan had suggested that we list all the advisory committees right there in the bylaws. I wanted to ask again if that's what you want, because I feel like that list of committees changes annually. It's kept separately, and the county administrator's office will always have it. It might be a lot of work to be continually adding and removing.
That's a good point, and it is always on our website as well, so I would be comfortable not listing them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other revisions for Attorney Higley? We appreciate all the time you've taken to thoroughly go through this, and look forward to seeing it on a consent agenda in the future.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So I see out in our audience, we have someone who has also been waiting a long time, our highway engineer, Robbie Hass. And Robbie, if you'd like to come forward for our highway items, number 8A, B, and C. The first item that he will speak to is the annual transportation plan update.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Morning.
Almost good afternoon, but not quite.
Let's see if we can do this. 20 minutes. All right. So yeah, every year I just give this little update. It's our annual presentation, what happened last summer, what's happening this summer, what's on the books, and then we update our 10-year plan. As you know, a 10-year plan was put together. Actually, I had to speak about it, I think, within the first week or two that I was here. Didn't know anything about anything, and I approved it. So great. But it does. Little changes happen throughout it, you know, as time goes on. So anyways, yeah, so here, 4th annual project update. So like I mentioned, what we'll go over is just kind of last year's projects, final costs, if there's anything still open. Next year's projects, where those are sitting. Some design services, whether it's in-house or, you know, consultants that we work with. I also included this year a quick just highlight of some alternative funding that's out there that we've secured, and then just a quick wrap-up. So back to this last summer, Sawbill Creek, so way at the end of Sawbill Trail, we did a culvert replacement. You can see it rolled up right there with the excavator. I think that's kind of fun. We replaced it with a double barrel concrete box culvert. You can see Northland did that project. It was funded through bridge bonds in our local TST levy funds. If you do remember, that was one that we actually had to delay because the legislature didn't pass a bonding bill. And so thankfully, though, we had the money, and so regardless, we were able to do this project. Then the legislature passed the bonding bill, so we were good to go. So bridge bonds paid for this. The original bid was about $620,000. Final cost was a hair under that, so basically a wash. And that's all done. Junco Creek, another almost identical structure. This one was kind of fun. It had a bunch of different grant resources with it. DNR State Park Road Account at SPRA, the NFPP, National Fish Passage Program. And then some COVID money. I don't remember what CRISA stands for, but it's COVID money. That went directly to highway departments for work like this. So Uland Brothers did this project for us. Again, project bid and final cost were basically about the same. our salt sand storage shed. You guys have probably seen that if you've been up to the campus. And so what that does is it houses all of our salt sand. What's interesting, it gets built and we're like, no way we're going to fill this thing up. Well, if you go up there and even at this point, even with a light winter, it is full. And so a great project to get done. So now we can house all of that on our campus. Before, if you remember, we were storing it at the MnDOT facility and just spraying like sad concrete cover on it. And you could see it leaching into the water, which is great. And so we aren't doing that anymore. So again, go ahead, Commissioner White.
Well, do you store equipment in there too?
There's
Some-
a front end loader just right in the front to help scoop.
And the rest is filled up with salt sand?
Correct. Almost to the very, very top. Wow. Yeah. And so again, original cost, final cost, basically the same. Bridge over in Hoveland. And so this was another great one to get done. That was federal funding and bridge bonds, so nothing out of pocket here. Northland Construction did that. We've been doing real good so far. The original bid and the final cost, basically the same, so no complaints. And that one is completely done. Fifth Avenue. Sure we all remember that one. That honestly, all things considered, that project went great. Incredibly busy road, incredibly, interrupted everybody's life. We are well aware of that, but everything went smooth. I really appreciate Yulin's work on it. Our project manager on that, Jacob Baker with the Highway Department, did an excellent job talking with the public, getting information out. Once we got kind of the how we were going to operate with communication going, it took a couple weeks, but between us and the city and just getting information out, I'd say all things considered, it went pretty darn well. Original bid for that one was just under $5.3 million. You can see paid to date is a little over 5.3, and we're actually holding about 1% of that so they can come back in the spring and just make sure all the sod sets up okay and put down anything new if it didn't take over the winter. And that one had a lot of different funding on it as well. The local road improvement program, Lake Superior North Watershed, and then state aid funds on that one. So also shout out to our soil and water group up here for securing some of that, or for securing the Lake Superior North Watershed funds for that water retention system that's just out here in the courtyard. 2024, what are we doing? More bridges. So Alfred Creek is over on County Road 28. So that one will be very similar to some of our other ones, bridge bonds and levy money. Northland Constructors was awarded that one for $764,000. So at this point, we're just waiting for the ground to thaw. Fun fact, that is the 5th poorest rated bridge on the entire local bridge system. So in the entire state of Minnesota, number 5. We plan on starting that one June 1st. Tofty Park Road, another one we've talked about quite a bit here. This one, to me, is a perfect example of why we have the TST funds, the Transportation Sales Tax, that half-cent tax. It's for projects like this, small local road. That is very, very important to the town of Tofty. And so we've had a couple of public meetings, and that project, really right now what we're doing is just finalizing right-of-way exhibits for the landowners. And making sure that everybody's okay with what we're proposing. The 2 public meetings, I think what we're proposing should be fine. We've been working really closely with some of the landowners affected here and tightened things up where people had concerns about encroaching onto their properties. So an example would be instead of like a 1 to 4 back slope on a ditch going into somebody's yard, maybe we say 1 to 2 or even 1 to 1 and then build a small rip-rap retaining wall there. And so that saves quite a bit of space on people's property. So that one we're expecting to start July 5th. We knew how important the 4th of July parade was there. And so I think a project like this, though, even starting in July, we'll have plenty of time to do it. We're not proposing anything crazy. It's, mill and overlay, some partial reconstruction. Our heated storage garage. And so that will be kind of behind our offices. If you've seen a smoldering pile of trees back there, the light winter has enabled us to clear the trees ourselves, so actually save a little money on the project, which is nice. And so we just have a nice burn pile going back there, but that's what that is. So we did the tree clearing back there. Right now we're finalizing the contract with our construction company. It's going to be Rice Lake Construction. And our architects are finalizing that, and we should have that underway in the middle of June. Our project up in Grand Portage, that one we've talked about quite a bit here. It's been delayed for various reasons, but this one's exciting because we actually have it awarded. We have it done. Everything's done. Again, we're just waiting for June on this one, so we awarded it to Redstone Construction. Be a little under 2.6 million is the awarded bid. Bridge bonds will pay for half of the bridge, and then we're actually pursuing, I'm still looking for, and if you guys are aware of, any extra money that exists out there, happy to take it. Even if we don't get any, we can definitely afford to do this project. So it'll be a new timber bridge. It's removing the vehicular traffic off of the historic bridge that's there. And so that whole, what's labeled on there as Upper Road will get moved over to that red line, and the old stuff will just get reclaimed back into a trail or really whatever the park wants to do through there. Spruce Creek, so just another bridge on our inventory that is eligible to be replaced. So this is on Cascade Beach Road. Right now, we're just in the final stages of reviewing the plans. If everything goes fast enough, we'll start that one June 1st. If things get a little too late into the year, there's nothing wrong, we can push it off a year, and then it'll be done and ready to go. And that's another one that's town bridge funded as well. So it's UT 97, and so that would be wholly funded from that town bridge account or special town bridge account, nothing locally. Mill the Hill project, this is a big one. And so that is in its final stages of review, finally. And this is a big, big project. What I'm really excited about with this one is, right now our engineer's estimate's hovering around $10.5 million. We've secured about $9 million in grants. And so whatever that percentage is, 90% of that project is funded through outside sources. This is a big partnership between our soil and water group, between us. You can see all the different acronyms on there. Those are all the different funding sources. So the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program is federal money that Cook County gets from the state every 5 to 7 years or so, and it gets assigned to a project. FLAP is the Federal Lands Access Program. That was a grant we applied for and were awarded to do this work. BROS is the Off-System Bridge Replacement Program. That was money we actually lobbied for at the ATP level because it was money that had to get spent. Protect, that one I don't remember what it is, but it's about climate resiliency. And so this project is putting in a bridge to replace an undersized culvert. And so basically, you can imagine now that bridge isn't going to back up with water, so climate resiliency. OHF is the Outdoor Heritage Fund. That one's kind of fun because it has nothing to do with transportation. It has to do with restoration and habitat things. And so the reason we were able to pursue those funds was by pulling out the culvert, we're able to restore the Little Devil Track River back to its natural habitat. And so when myself and Elena with Soil and Water went down for a hearing in St. Paul on it, it was kind of a fun conversation. They're like, well, is this transportation or a habitat project? I was like, well, it's both. The cars don't care what it drives over as long as it can drive over it, but the stream, I bet you, cares what it goes through. And so it was a really interesting conversation to have. And so I think that'll open up a lot of different funding sources now if we pursue that type of design. And then obviously bridge bonds and state aid funds with that one. If you're not aware of this project, we're adding a 4th travel lane. So from 5th Avenue West up to Pincushion, well, from where it's 3 lanes now coming up the curve, up to Pincushion will be 4 lanes. And then it'll go back to 3 and, get back down to 2. The big thing is obviously where the culvert currently sits will turn into a bridge. It'll be a 160-foot long single-span bridge that will go in there. The beams will be about as tall as this room. They're 82 inches deep, so that's kind of fun. And then some intersection improvements up at Four Corners with Devil Track Road. Also where Pincushion is and where Old Ski Hill Road and Cutoff Road come in. Just some extra, passing lanes, so if people are turning left, they're not backing everything up. Cutoff Road will also get resurfaced through there and also have new culverts installed. And so that's part of the project, different funding source. When I talked about TST funds, that will be funded with TST.
Oh.
Yes. Commissioner Mills.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Robbie.
Yes.
Was there recreation opportunities, whether ATVs or bicycles, pedestrians on that project as well? We talked about that in the past. Maybe it was just a shoulder.
Yeah, so it won't be like a full bike lane, which I can't remember. I think it's like 6 or 8 feet or something like that. But there will be, I think it's a 4 or 5 foot paved shoulder in the 4-lane section, both directions. And then we're actually going to add some guardrail on there. That won't be shiny, because that was a public comment that
Yep.
we had heard. So it will be some type of, I think honestly, just black, like powder coated black. And same thing along the bridge, so.
Real improvement for safety, and I know many constituents are very pleased about the additional lane because it's a safety hazard when people, regardless of the double yellow line, pass logging trucks. It's just head-ons waiting to happen, and
Right.
so it's really a good thing.
Yes.
Commissioner Mills.
Also with the intersection improvements, can you speak a little bit more about that?
Sure, yeah, up at Devil Track Road's probably the biggest one, yeah.
I drive over it many times.
Yeah, a lot of people are familiar. On Devil Track, coming to the Gunflint, there's a big nasty hump right there, so that'll be gone. But then the bigger one is if you're on the Gunflint going up, and as you approach the intersection, if you want to turn left, what we're going to do is add, you can sit there and people can go around you, basically. So they'll have that improvement there. That's kind of the main one. For Cutoff Road and Old Ski Hill Road, we're taking Old Ski Hill Road and actually turning it a little bit more into Cutoff Road. And then, so right now, there's that kind of parking lot effect you see where there's just a lot of pavement in this intersection, a lot of acute corners, meaning you're having to turn around pretty sharp. It's a little dangerous to turn around on, and that's what I've heard too from a lot of folks on those, when we've talked about this project or walking out there in the field. And so there's that component, and then similarly, if you're on the Gunflint wanting to turn left onto Cutoff Road, there'll be a bypass lane around you there. So, but just a short, yeah.
And then did you say you're getting rid of that light at Devil's Track Corners?
We are not, no.
Oh, you didn't say that?
I need
Okay.
that when it's foggy.
Yes.
So. Lots of people need that when it's foggy. All right.
Anything else on this one?
All right.
Design services. So this is just, what do we have out there in the world? What else are we working on? So in-house, right now we're actually working on our Chicago Bay Road plans. That will be paired with our Otis Creek Bridge replacement, an Arrowhead Trail resurfacing project that we're doing in 2025. I'll talk about that a little bit more. But yeah, for Chicago Bay Road, again, another wonderful TST project, local road, poor pavement, needs to get replaced. Here we go. And then similarly, we've talked before in different grant applications about the Gunflint multi-use trail. And so that's the trail that's going to extend from where we finished the last one there in front of GES, up the Gunflint behind my office, down to Fifth Avenue and down Fifth Avenue in front of the recycling center. We did submit an application for active transportation funds for the match required for the transportation alternative funds that we got to fund the majority of the project. So that's on track for 2025 construction as well. Gunflint Trail between the 92s, that one we have scheduled for 2026. I also have an application in for the local road improvement program for that project. And so we are working on the design right now with that. That's basically putting back what's there. We know it's poor pavement. It's one of the poorest rated sections in the county. And so with that, it's just kind of put back what's there. If there's some subgrade corrections, we'll do them. You know, that could just be geogrid, whatever. And then replacing poor culverts. So 2026 on that one. And then the other thing that we've been staring at quite a bit, and I think I talk about a lot, but maybe it might not be here, is our crossing inventory survey. So what we have is an inventory of every single crossing culvert that we are responsible for in Cook County. There's over 1,000 crossings. And what that allows us to have is an inventory and obviously a location for all of them. What happened was Soil and Water and the DNR did this inventory a while ago. And then we were fortunate enough to be a part of it to say, hey, can you put a couple little extra things in there? Rate it low, medium, high. You know, high priority if the entire bottom of the culvert's missing, for example. And so what that allowed us to do is have everything there. So not only the low, medium, high, but also say, all right, how many of these have a stream that is wider than the culvert? Kind of that thumb over the fire hose effect. And so filtering this, we were able to identify about 90 of them that could get upsized. And so that's just preliminary. And 30 of those could become bridges. So our bridge inventory is 61 bridges currently. A bridge is anything over 10 feet in length, or in span. So we could add 30 more bridges, potentially, if all this games out correctly. So there's a lot of extra work to do there. We've talked about bridges in the past. I've talked about how by 2027, I think every single eligible bridge will be replaced in the county, and we are still on track for that. That doesn't mean we're done. That's just the current crop. And so this is now looking at what else is out there. Hey, what needs to be bigger based on the demands, of the stream itself.
Oop.
Yes.
Box culverts, those
Yes.
aren't bridges, those are bridges.
Those are bridges. Anything, yeah, so you can get into it a little bit if you want to, semantics. I try and stick with it, whether I say culvert or a beam span bridge. If it's a bridge, it's a bridge. Bridge is bridges, isn't that Mr. Ed or something? Bridges, bridges. But yes, so yeah, box culvert, if it's over a 10-foot span, technically a bridge. That means it's on our inventory. We inspect it every year, every other year if it's new, and we have an idea that the normal culverts, if you want to call them that, we don't. And so that, to me, is kind of a lot of unknowns. And then that, allows us to say, how do we want to do this? Do we put a timer on them like we do with signs? We say, okay, let's just replace signs at 20 years, or at least go look at them then. Or if they're a problem, do them sooner. So more to come on that. Definitely a lot to unpack there. Devil Track Road reclaim. We did have a public meeting way back in May on this one. And so what that is the end of Devil Track Road there. So basically from Ball Club to where the pavement stops, another poor section of pavement. I think I might have bumped this one a year, so that's why we're looking at 2025 construction. Pine River, another bridge replacement, this time at the end of the Arrowhead Trail. This is one on our UT part of the Arrowhead Trail, and so that will be town bridge funds. Also scheduled for 2025 construction. You can see in both cases, LHB is on board for the Devil Track one. Erickson Engineering is on board for the Pine River one.
Is that a timber bridge?
Currently, yes.
Yeah, and then what's is there a vision?
A vision will be not timber. What we've been doing is, if it's like a concrete slab span, for example, is we'll do timber railings. What we did in Hoveland on the one we just did, pre-stressed beams, timber railings though. So aesthetically, basically looks the same.
Still get slivers.
Don't get slivers.
No, you still get
Yeah. No, they hold up better. I get the appeal of kind of a timber bridge, the aesthetics of it. But as far as a maintenance perspective, as far as that engineering perspective, I think we get better bang for our buck and also just a better product when you go to concrete. So,
thank you.
You're welcome. I touched on this a little bit, but the Otis Creek Bridge and Arrowhead Trail resurfacing. And so this one's kind of an interesting one. We're planning on doing a public meeting in April. And so what that will show is just kind of preliminary, here's concept, here's what we want to do, here's what we think. I know I've gotten some calls already. We did do borings in the road, meaning trying to figure out what's 10 feet into the ground there, all the way up to Irish Creek Road. Part of this project, I think, will be potentially expanding the pavement or extending it from where it currently ends at Tower Road up to Irish Creek Road. There's actually a considerable amount of traffic that is on that stretch of road, more than I thought even. And it drops off precipitously right at that point. It's funny, it goes from like 250 cars per day to 50. And so clearly lots of people going there. And so yeah, part of this project is exploring that. I think that the part for sure in 2025 that we're talking about is the current section. What's paved will get repaved. That culvert will get upsized. Any cross pipes will switch out to concrete. So that section 100% is going to get done. The next part, I think with some public input and then obviously that much extra pavement and potentially some reconstruction work in the road, it's going to cost more. So if we have money, we can do it. If we don't, we can at least develop the plans and be ready for it. So then if grant funding or something else comes up, even just wait a year or two, we're ready to go for bid. So, Flute Reed River, there's several Flute Reed River bridges. So this one is just north of the intersection with North Road on Camp 20. So this is one, again, another UT road, which is great. So town bridge funds or special town bridge funds. This is really interesting though, because this pipe is really undersized. So what that did though to the Flute Reed River is it started to create a second channel, which isn't good. And so what we're proposing here is after we did the survey and we looked at the hydraulics, what we're actually proposing is, I think it's like a 60-foot long beam span bridge there. What's currently there is a couple of metal pipes, maybe 12, 14 feet in total. And so you can see there clearly the need, the survey information, the hydraulics showed this needs to be bigger. Another fun fact, this is the 6th poorest rated bridge on the entire local system in the state. So, fun facts.
I'm disappointed we didn't crack the top 3.
That, you know, I think at
If
one
we
point we
wait
did.
long enough.
At one point we did, but we replaced them, so. This is another fun one we've been toying around with, Fall River Restoration Project. So if you're familiar with County Road 6 and Fall River right there, we have 3 crossings right there. One of them is actually a bridge. It's the one on Brandon Lane. The other 2, though, currently are culverts. And so when I talked about our culvert inventory before, the 2 culverts on here popped up as issues, as undersized and also a high priority replacement. I also heard it too from my staff and talking to other people that the Fall River, the south one on there, is actually very problematic. And so that's where it jumped up on the list for me to say, well, what can we do? These 3 culverts, or these 3 crossings, are the only remaining crossings of Fall River that don't have a properly sized thing. So when I talk about the Outdoor Heritage Fund or some of these other unique funding sources, this is kind of that opportunity to say, we're doing this not for transportation, we're doing this for the stream. So, but we'll see how that goes. Still got to work on that application. Fingers crossed. Enough about projects. Alternative funding. I talk about it a lot. I pursue it a lot. And we're pretty darn successful at it, which is great. You can see what we've done with the town road and the town bridge accounts. Town road brings in about $50,000 annually starting in 2022. Town bridge account is about $250,000, a little over that, beginning in 2023. So that's money we get every single year to replace these UT structures or to maintain these UT roads. You can see over the course of the last few years, the amount of money we've secured. This can be in any of the acronyms I've already talked about. Probably don't need to go over those again. But also even in something like bridge bonds or things that when you apply, you're pretty much guaranteed for. The reason I include it in there is the only way we get that is if we're ready for it. And the only way we can get ready for some of this is hiring consultants. And so what I want to say is actually thank you all for allowing us to pursue that. Because there are some of these projects that we just can't do in-house. And we have to hire somebody to do. Any beam span type structure, we have to hire somebody to do. And so being able to look at and identify which projects need a consultant, which ones don't, you could see we talked about a bunch of different projects, allows us to be ready for some of this stuff. Because sometimes they come out of nowhere. Sometimes at these, when I talk about district meetings, all of a sudden it's, hey, we have $600,000 we need to allocate now. Who's got a project ready? And thankfully, it's been us a couple of times, but because of that. So I just wanted to say thank you for supporting us in doing this. So yeah, we've secured just over about $12.5 million over the last few years of outside money coming into this county to do construction. So quick summary. You can see all the projects there. Every single one I just talked about. There's also, I think actually that's a reflection of the 10-year plan. So you can see projects from last year, projects this coming year, and then projects into the future that are on here. Last year was about $8.1 million in construction. This coming year we're talking just under $18 million in construction. And then design services, meaning those projects I talked about that are being worked on, is a little over $14 million in construction. Anybody have any questions?
Commissioner Mills.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again, Engineer Haas. I didn't see any improvements to County Road 7 with little bumps or anything. Is that? I'm getting feedback about that.
There
I know
are.
it's not major, but
Right.
they exist too.
And,
so.
and it's not just on 7. There are some, not only humps, but sometimes like bedrock will start poking up through. And so that requires obviously a little bit more work. What's not included in this discussion is any patching, any crack sealing, and any striping. And so those are programs we're still working on. I just don't talk about them. And so striping, at least, to kind of go through some of that, we're doing every year. If you remember, last year we did the upper half of the gunflint. This year we'll do the lower half of the gunflint. And then I think the following year, I don't know, where do you want to go? Start in the west and start just picking off roads, basically. And then, crack sealing, same thing. Anytime we do a new paving project, 1 or 2 years after that, we want to go and crack seal it. And then as far as that type of stuff, it's a difficult one because you start to get into funding sources then.
And where do you draw the line, right?
Right, and how major it is. That's, patches, right now I think we budgeted, I can't remember, $30-ish thousand a year for more major patches. That kind of only gets you maybe 1 or 2, depending the size. And now if you're talking bedrock poking up through the pavement, that's obviously a different animal. But it's not just on 7. I know it exists up in Portage on 17. There's a few spots that come to mind, and then I know there's some other ones too that come to mind. So call it a work in progress, I guess.
I know you're pretty familiar with 7 or all the roads probably, but
Right.
especially 7.
Especially 7.
And then there's that one right at the intersection of 48. Is that the little hump?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
On
And
the
then,
north
and
side
that
of the
could be
road,
too,
northeast corner.
Yeah.
And then there's that pretty significant dip west of 45 but east of 44.
Right.
that
Nope, I know exactly what
yeah,
you're talking
yeah.
about.
That's a little bigger, but.
If you just drive a half ton or a sedan, you don't notice. So you're-
Sure.
Go slower. You don't need to get airtime.
Well, yeah, exactly. I'm getting feedback like bump. That's no bump. That's a jump.
It's a no, it is. It's interesting when you ride in actually a tandem or even a 3/4 ton, a 1 ton. You really don't appreciate some of our roads, and so I can understand that. I think it's tough because some of this too is reflecting almost putting out fires of we have all these structures that are eligible for replacement. I take the stance of let's get them done. There, now they're done. Now we're good. And now it's only maybe 1 every so many years instead of 3 every year. Similarly with pavement, what we've done is I've looked at, so we get a pavement analysis of the entire county, obviously just the pavement, on even numbered years from MnDOT. And so that's a service they provide to us. It's every single mile of road gets a rating. And the rating is from 0 to 4. 4 is brand new and amazing. 0 is, it's probably gravel. And so what I did is say, let's highlight everything under a 2, meaning that's pretty bad. We should fix that. And so that identified, if you look in the little longer list, the 10-year plan, there's certain sections of road in there. So every section of road that rates under a 2 is at least in there. 7 is not, believe it or not. And so, but again, it's trying to, and I think I talked about this a little bit, is there's, a lot of different ways you could do this. You would do it differently. We would all do this differently. And that's not to say we can't incorporate more projects in. It's just right now, based on what I know, what money we have, and the priorities that I put forward, that's that. So, nope, I hear you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Other questions commissioners have? If not, is there a motion to pass it up and approve the 5-year bridge priority resolution?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Is there support?
Support.
Thank you, Commissioner Starley. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so the next couple of things are kind of related to what I just talked about. The 2024 construction inspection services, probably see a pretty big number there at the bottom of the sheet. WSB has worked with us over the last couple of years now to really provide the extra inspection we need to deliver this aggressive program. And so what's really nice is you can see each project that we have slated for next year. You can see a cost estimate with each one. For what it's worth, if I looked at last year's numbers and we ran about not quite 20% under what that estimate was. So it's not to say this contract is 1.2 million is out the door. It's just saying it could be that. And I guess, is there any questions about that? I know, like I said, I know it's a lot. But what we've pivoted to is more of this, of having, this enables us to have somebody on the ground every day on these projects. And then our technicians act as project managers to deliver those. And so it's almost two sets of eyes now to help verify a lot of this. And then people's kids get sick, people get sick, vacations, whatever comes up, it's inevitable, we're covered.
Absolutely. Commissioner Hawkins.
Can you believe I didn't look this one up? So, just this 1.2
Right.
or 3 million, whatever it turns out to be.
Sure.
How much did you put in your 2024 budget for this service?
I believe right around this, to be
Okay.
honest.
I just
And I
wanted
would
to-
have to, I would have to look back at what we had in the spreadsheet when Lisa gave that presentation.
Yeah.
But it would be right around there.
All right.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have a better estimate
Well,
in my
and
head.
I didn't look it up, so I just thought maybe.
Nope,
I
that's
just want to
fair.
make sure.
We do, it is something we budget for every
Yes.
year after pivoting to this type of model. It's also not to say that this model is going to be how we do it forever and ever. When you look at the 10-year plan, you can look in the next few years, it gets thin. It thins out. We're not going to be doing 6 projects every single year because the bridges will be done. And so there's just less of that type of stuff to do. And so maybe this, whittles down. This year it's 1.2, maybe next year it's similar, a little less, and all of a sudden it comes down where maybe we only need 2 inspectors up here instead of 6 to help with this. So I think it changes every year, but it's definitely something we account for in our budget. Also, depending the funding source, we get reimbursed for it. And so we can get reimbursed up to, I think it's 80% of the construction cost, so no more than that on a project. So that can come back. So it's not 1.2 out of our levy dollars. It's just from a bunch of different funding sources if that helps.
Commissioner Mills.
And another fun fact is about a quarter of that is mileage and per diems.
Right.
So, but knowing that it's anticipated to go down, these services are anticipated to go down, we don't want to try to create our own position to tackle that because we're not going to need it in the long term.
Right. And there's advantages to this when companies like this is all they do. They live and breathe this versus we hop around seasonally to a bunch of different things. So yes, we could run our own materials testing. We have a testing shack next to the Global building. It takes us.
It's a good.
It's beautiful if you haven't seen it. It takes us a very long time to run some of these tests, whereas if we run it down to somebody, meet somebody, say in Two Harbors, and they run it to Duluth, it's by the end of the day, it's done. Because they're just more set up, better able to do it. So I think long-term, I could see us still contracting out materials testing, for example, just for the speediness of it, the accurateness of it. This is people that have been doing it decades, and it's not anything against our program up here. It's just we don't have the capacity to do it, and we're not unique in that. A lot of rural communities are like that. We'll hire out testing or hire out additional inspectors.
Other questions? If there are none, is there a recommendation to award the construction inspection services for 2024 to WSB?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to recommend awarding construction inspection services to the 2024 construction season to WSB.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Is there support?
Support.
Thank you, Commissioner Storley. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much. All right, last thing. This one's kind of fun. I talked about it a little bit at, where were we? Scenic Byway meeting,
Yeah.
of all places.
Yeah.
And so what this is, Curb Advisory Reporting Service. And so what is that? So you can imagine you're driving throughout the county, you get to curves in the road and you see the little plaque and it's either got an arrow on it or it's a plaque with an arrow and it says 35 underneath of it, right? So what we've noticed throughout the whole county is inconsistencies with that. There's certain circumstances where you should only have an arrow. There's certain circumstances where you should have the arrow and the speed, and certain circumstances where you have chevrons, for example. Or, going all the way back, certain circumstances where nothing is required. That, I'll say logic, isn't applied uniformly across the county. It's the nicest way I'll say that. So, if what we've been doing, which is incredibly time consuming, is if you can imagine driving in your car and on the dashboard, you have a little box with a little marble in it. and you're driving down the road and you go around a curve and say on your little box with the marble on it, there is a rating on it, a scale from 0 to 5. And you take a turn at 50 miles an hour and the marble flies out of the box. That means you went too fast. So now you turn around, do that curve again, go 40 miles an hour. Say that marble moves over to a 3. Well, technically a little too fast still, because you want that to be under a 2. Turn around, come back, do the curve again, 35, stays under a 2, perfect. Now continue on to the end of the gunflint doing that. And imagine how long that would take. And not just the gunflint, Arrowhead, anywhere there's really a curve in the road. So now you are driving by yourself, trying to drive, stay in the lane, and stare at this marble, and collect a reading. Right. What this is a program, you put your little box on there, boop, and you just drive to the end of the gunflint, and you drive home. And then you drive everywhere else in the county, and be done in the span of a week. And it collects all of that data. And I don't know if you had a chance to look at the brochure, it's really interesting. It collects all that data and then says, okay, based on how fast you were driving, on the curve geometry, on all of that, on what that program knows about national standards for signing, here's what we recommend for a speed and a sign, and here's where you get it, and done. And then we can go out and do it. Yes. So it provides a very data-driven approach to this. It removes a lot of this, all of the subjectivity with it, and it allows us on roads like the Gunflint, for example, where if we say, hey, we know it's historic, we know it's scenic, maybe we don't want chevrons, that's what it's recommending, but because of these designations, well, let's knock it down one. Let's do the curve and the speed limit, and that's good to go. Similarly, we can apply this principle throughout the whole county. Maybe we don't want chevrons anywhere. I don't know yet. It's something to think about, though. And so what this allows us to do, though, is collect all of this information very quickly and be done with it. And then spend time in that post-processing, ordering the correct signs, providing uniformity across the county. And we have something to now back it up. Why did you do that sign? Well, here you go, the data to back it up. So it's a little over, I think it says $24,000 in there. That's with a $4,000 deposit, so we get that back. So it's about $20,000. And so the sign inventory was part of the TST project list. This is very related to that, collecting information regarding signs, and so the money would come out of there.
I would just like to say it saves time and money, and it's so nice to have the data sitting on the Gunflint Trail Scenic Byway Committee and having discussions about speed limits and signage, and this just helps so much. So thank you for approaching it in this fashion. I appreciate it. Commissioner Hawkins.
Yes, I know Robbie's very excited about this new program, and I get it. We do have this discussion. We have a difference of opinions on the number and amount of signs in Cook County, because I say Cook County is not every other county in the state. So I will continue to encourage people to drive conditions and don't take every corner in Cook County at 50 miles an hour, because have some common sense.
Right. And
We are a rural, remote community, and we do not want to see signs on every single county road
No.
to promote safety.
Right, and I agree. I think what this allows us to do is the other way, is I think there are a lot of curves that don't need signs, that have signs. And so in that regard, I think we're on the same page. I don't want to just sit here and sign the bejesus out of every single road we have. But legally speaking, if, and this is kind of one point they brought up, somebody goes off the road on a curve and it's not signed, and it should be, by the national standards, we get in trouble. So there is a give and a take. There is some leeway a little bit. Like I said, if it's recommending chevrons everywhere, we're gonna be like, okay, what else? Like, that might be the national recommendation for when you're in Brainerd and Duluth, or pick another place that isn't here. But can we do the next one, like I said, below, right? Do the arrow with a speed recommendation and say, there, that does it as well. So, fair point, though.
Thanks.
Commissioner White.
So, does that liability insurance cover us? I mean,
I think
if we
so.
don't
Yeah,
do
I'm not
what
paying
is.
for it.
Oh, no, it's just the taxpayers, what the heck?
Well, right.
No. So if we don't do what is recommended, what is the national standard?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those roads, you know, going up, you can pretend you're a race car driver, and how fast can I really go on this corner? It says 35, but I bet I could do 50. You know, and,
Right.
you know, so there is some responsibility of the driver.
Yes, wholeheartedly. But at least if we can say, here's this thing we did, right? Here's the data we collected. That's not my opinion. And again, I don't want to jump into worst case scenarios of chevrons everywhere or no signs everywhere. You know, this is just, let's collect it and then we're going to see what it spits out. Because honestly, I think what we're going to see, and this is after talking with our sign technician, is a reduction in signs. I genuinely think so. I think there are a lot out there that are not necessary. I think signs get put up as you know, somebody gets worried or somebody's scared or it's this reflex to something where it's not uniformly applied across everything. And you can see it on different roads. Some are more dense than other ones. So, anyways.
Any other questions or comments for Robbie?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the purchase of cars program.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Is there support?
I'll support that.
Thank you, Commissioner White. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your patience this morning.
Thank you.
And it's now this afternoon.
Not yet. Oh,
All right.
Time for lunch.
All right. Now,
Can we do Bob's item and then break for lunch?
sure.
No rest for the wicked.
All right. Good morning, Assessor Thompson.
Good morning.
So we are on item 9A, scheduling the County Board of Appeals and Equalization.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So by February 15th, we have to have set the date for the County Board of Appeal and Equalization. It has to take place after the second Friday in June. So we have about a 2-week window there that we can select any day, including Saturdays. Typically, we've done it for about an hour on either a Tuesday or a Thursday. I think we probably will just go ahead and schedule a 1-hour meeting, and we'll kind of see what the activity is on the appeals. So just kind of asking the board to check their schedules, and we can pick a date.
I did, as I often do, look through all the calendars and noticed there were no meetings the late afternoon or evening of Thursday, June 27th.
Okay.
And then if we needed, if for some reason we had a huge number, we could spill over into Friday and still get done legally in time. So that would be my recommendation.
Madam Chair, I do have library board
Oh.
at 5 o'clock on June 27th. But,
I am sorry. I did not
So-
see that.
That's an hour meeting typically, so.
We do, if we don't meet on a Saturday, we have to make meeting spots available till 7 PM. So we've always scheduled from 6 to 7. I'm
That'll
not sure
work.
if that changes
Okay.
things.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to schedule our our County Board of Appeals and Equalization on Thursday, June 27th at 6 PM.
Thank you. Is there support?
Support.
Thank you, Commissioner Starley. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? Again, that's Thursday, June 27th, 6 PM. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, thank you so much. All right. Item 10, Human Resources. Hello, Allison, who has also been waiting a long time.
I guess at this point, good afternoon, huh? All right, included in your packet is a rather lengthy list of job descriptions and recommended grade changes for 16 job descriptions. And this is going to impact, I counted 24 current staff members. So I'm just gonna throw that out there if you've had the chance to review. A lot of changes. Most of all the job descriptions have been adjusted one way or the other, updates, things like that. And then a majority of them also have a job grade recommended change as well.
Yeah, I noticed just the top two, the accounting technician and radio communications analysts were unchanged. And then the remainders went up one grade.
But those two jobs do have updates to the job description.
Correct.
Which are recommended for approval as well.
Right. Any questions? Commissioner Hawkins?
Yeah, thank you. And I think my question is probably, because you're new here, Administrator Yorkie, and wondering, because this discussion came up when we were doing our comp plan and trying to hit 95% of salary, and now that we have such a large number of jobs that have increased in pay grade, I'm curious where we fall on that graph. I didn't do the math to plug in the numbers, but I'm curious if you have done that yet.
No, well, so just a little explanation about how these are done. So the compensation study that we did was to make sure that positions were, they were correctly slotted in on the table. So that was one part of it. The phase that we're doing now in terms of updating the job descriptions doesn't really change the validity of the new pay recommendations because the job descriptions are being correctly slotted in where they belong. So, so if the question is, should there be some adjustment to pay because the grades are going up, I think the answer is no.
No, I don't, probably didn't ask that in the correct way.
Okay.
But when we talk about, because I saw that graph where we had certain jobs that were out of line. We knew they were out of line, but
Right.
we gave everybody across the board a pay increase to bring it up to 95%, even though we knew some of them were okay. So now I'm wondering how that graph looks now that we've brought you up to match. Are you above pay grade now, according to who we compared ourselves with
I see your
a few years
question.
ago?
No,
That's my question.
we've not reassessed that.
Well, if I can add, what I'm seeing and what other supervisors are seeing is the increase in the grade for some of these positions is, for all appearances, definitely more in line with what we would expect the market to be. So for example, on this list, we have a majority of the highway department. So if we look at our maintenance workers, which have been difficult to recruit for, the basically recalibration of their grade, even though we did the compensation study, which increased the pay grade for steps and grades and applicable steps, now by adjusting the grade, we're bringing those positions up and say specifically the maintenance worker positions to a point where we could actually maybe hope to recruit more people because it's more in line with what we see other employers, private employers, being able to also provide. So we're able to be more competitive. So I don't know where it falls, like on a chart, we haven't done that. But what we are seeing is the ability to be more competitive with the pay with these readjustments.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mills?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a similar question as Commissioner Hawkins, just about that delta and where things went. I think it'd be helpful to see that in the visual. I think that's really, really helpful. But really, I was curious about the bottom line financial implications. It goes through position by position, and maybe that's an analysis that hasn't yet been done, but just looking for that overall.
Right, and so as a practical matter, what we're doing is when a job is regraded and it goes up a grade, we are slotting that person in at the pay rate that is most comparable to their existing pay rate in the next in the next grade up. In some cases, that difference can be on the order of a few cents to like $1 or more. So we're trying to minimize the budget impact of that and do it in a fair way. So as people do move, we felt like that was the way to strike a balance between getting people into their new grade and trying to, because when we started this process, we didn't know how many positions were going to be graded up. And so that's a way of trying to get this implemented without taking a huge hit on the budget.
No, thank you, and I agree with the.
But I don't have the answer.
Right, yeah, that's what I was, I agree with the method, I just was looking for that number, but yeah, it's not gonna be as great as one might expect of a change, but it will have upward pressure on our budget, so.
Commissioner White, you have a question?
Yes, Commissioner Sullivan. I'd like to see those numbers. I mean, if it's not going to be very much, because it's over $1 million change from when you did the adjustments on the, and so what is it now? Because it was based on if you were at 180 and 200 or 150, and most of these are going up at least to the next base. So just what is the pay difference for a year? I mean, what will it now cost this year or next year? Once everybody has their actual jobs redefined or recalibrated, what's it going to cost?
And that sounds like a straightforward question. The answer is complicated, though, because everybody's got like a different anniversary date, and people go up a step on their anniversary date. So, I mean, we can like give you a ballpark idea, like we can say pay went up this much, and based on that increase, that's what the increase over a year would be, but it doesn't take into account anniversary dates and step increases.
But, or longevity pay, that will also have a factor.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sterling.
Thank you, Allison. How many more do you have to go? Quite a few? Are you halfway?
About, for what we've gone through from the start to now, that same amount. I mean, so we're like halfway through the process.
Okay.
So I have sent out, this is a big batch. So hopefully going forward, we kind of have a backlog, and we're working on getting this larger batch presented today. So I have sent out the notifications for the jobs that are due for or subject for review during this quarter. So we still have 3 more quarters plus whatever is remaining for this quarter. This quarter also includes all of the social workers. Okay. So a majority of public health human services. So right there is going to also be quite a bit of staff that will be involved in that review. Yeah.
So all that data then, by the time maybe we get to June, will be considered, for our budgeting. So, I mean, there's no big rush because you're still working on it, but as we go along, we have to know that that's going to be a factor in our budgeting.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner.
And correct me if I'm wrong with this rough worst case scenario, most costly scenario financially. If we have 2,080 hours and then we have these 16 job descriptions and say it did go up $1 an hour as that kind of, max, that would be about $33,000. Does that make sense? Did that make?
I would want to check that before saying yay or nay.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll put my neck in the line. That's
If all those calculations were that simple.
yeah. No, that's just that's like the max.
But I think that's a very good generalization, because what I'm seeing is when they move up a grade but move back a step, which would be the step highest, the pay higher than what they're currently at, then it's maybe no more than $1, maybe anywhere from like 70 cents to 90 cents. So I think that's a pretty accurate generalization.
It's a good rough.
Yeah.
It's a good guess.
Good rough, yeah.
Guesstimate. All right. Other questions for Allison? If not, is there a motion to recommend approval of all these job descriptions?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a Motion to approve the job description and job grade updates included in the packet.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Is there support? Thank you, Commissioner Storley. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for all your work. And thank Tessa as well.
Sure will.
All right. All right,
So, Madam Chair, the remaining items on our agenda are probably going to require some discussion, and I'd like to suggest that perhaps we recess for lunch.
all right. Let's recess for a half hour.
Is that enough time? Could we reconvene at 1:30? Would that work for people, or?
I have a mental health meeting at 1:30, Zoom meeting.
Yeah, I have one.
I have 2 more meetings today,
Yeah.
so
So do we want to recess for a half hour?
Let's
or-
order takeout.
Yeah.
I don't have a good solution aside from powering through.
Have we
I'm
reached
willing to power through.
Bruce to see when he's
He
available?
said he's available this afternoon, so, I mean, I think that probably means any time.
Okay, well, yeah, because I think that's
Afternoon.
kind of, we need to.
Because we have the auditor, we have soil and water as well.
Well, if not, I would like 5 minutes. It's up to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. So what
Well,
time?
lunch
So we
or
have 1 o'clock mental health advisory. So that's,
2 o'clock emergency preparedness.
yeah, so I don't know how we can break for lunch and be done by 1.
I would like to try to
Could be.
power through it.
Anybody going to have low blood sugar? And we'll have an episode?
I really feel like
You need, well,
You need a break? Okay, let's take, this is gonna be like the school cafeteria. I apologize to everybody. But let's take a 15-minute recess for lunch and then come back.
I didn't bring anything, so I'm going home.
Okay.
So I
Okay.
might be here in
All
15
right,
minutes. or I'm
all right.
not.
could you walk?
We will take a recess then for lunch. 7, soil and water.
Yeah, ready, Eddie.
We need to call in Bruce. Do you have? Thanks, Jana.
I don't even know why. Oh, I did that?
Okay. Yeah, just direct dial's fine.
Hi, this is Bruce.
Hi, Bruce. It's Jana, along with everybody in the commissioner's room.
Great. Hi, Jana.
Oh, uh-oh. Oops. I'll just cut him off, I guess. Try that again.
Hello.
Okay, we'll try that again. I'm so sorry about that.
No worries.
All right.
All right, well, welcome back, everyone. We just finished our recess and are returning to the County Board of Commissioners' regular meeting. And we are on item 6, Auditor Powers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll just introduce this. Bruce is here to go into details. So, we met last on June 30th on this issue. We had the public hearing to look at the capital improvement plan. And at that time, chose not to approve it, revised it for a change to the, to remove the portion for the construction management architecture and just leave it with the physical construction to the 3 buildings, to the, and of course, the abatement part was already approved, so this is for approval first of the capital improvement plan, and also attached here is the revised capital improvement plan for these, the physical projects to the buildings and the other adjustments. So, Bruce, do you want to add anything?
Sure. Thank you, Brady, and thank you, Commissioners. I thought Brady did a great job of teeing things up. I would just note that, again, we did reduce both the scope and amount of the capital improvement plan document based on the discussion we had on the 30th, and then made a corresponding reduction in the size and purposes of the bond issue. So hopefully it's all pretty straightforward at this point, but I would welcome any questions that you have either about the CIP document and or the pre-sale report and the accompanying resolutions from Freiberger Buchanan.
Thank you, Bruce. Are there any questions that commissioners have? Commissioner Hawkins?
So when Bruce Kimmel is talking about the CIP plan, is that the CRBPS CIP plan we've already said, yes, we want to do this deferred maintenance?
So these are CIP projects that we're financing with the CIP bond, not to be confused with the overall project list for all of our buildings. This is just for a subset of that.
That's what I had in my mind until he said CIP plan, and I'm like, this, I just want to make sure I know
The
what I'm
terminology is
voting on.
confusing because it does refer both to our document, but it also refers to the specific kind of bond, so.
All right.
Thank you for
Make
clearing
sure
that
I know
up.
what it is I'm voting on.
Absolutely. Other questions? Hearing or seeing none, is there a motion to approve the resolution?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve by resolution the capital improvement plan and the intent to issue GO bonds, capital improvement bonds under statute, section 373.40.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mills. Is there support?
Support.
Thank you, Commissioner Storley. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item then, now that you've approved the plan, is to approve the actual issuance of general obligation capital improvement bonds, the CIP bonds, in the amount of $2,165,000 for the projects described in the resolution in the plan, which you just approved, and the issuance of general obligation tax abatement bonds in the principal amount of $610,000 as approved for in Resolution 2024-04. That resolution for that amount was back in early January, and we did approve the tax abatement at the last meeting, so this is to issue the bonds for now the CIP and the abatement, both those portions, all having to do with the deferred maintenance on county buildings. The abatement, it was for the community center portion, and then the CIP is for the courthouse and law enforcement and parts of the highway buildings.
All right, any questions for Brady or for Bruce? Hearing or seeing none, I'd entertain a motion.
Also move.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we have Commissioner White, who has moved to approve by resolution the issuance and providing of the sale of general obligation bonds, Series 2024A.
Support.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. We have a motion, we have a support. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And Bruce, can you remind us again when to expect this to come back to the board?
Yes, I will. Thank you, and thanks, Commissioners. We are now on track to go through the process of putting together the official statement and talk to the rating agencies and all the other fun stuff. And we are looking to sell the bonds on Monday, March 11th, and come back to you at your meeting on Tuesday, March 12th for the award of the bonds. And then we're looking to actually close and for you to receive the proceeds. I believe it's March 28th or thereabouts.
Thank you very much for that information, Bruce.
Thank you. And thank you all for taking these actions. We have what we need at this point here at Ellers, and we will talk to you again soon.
All right, thank you so much, and we appreciate all the work that you've done for us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce.
Good day.
Thanks, Bruce.
Bye-bye.
All right. Now we'll move on to item C, which is to appoint election judges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have to approve election judges. This is for the entire year, so we have 3 elections. We'll have the presidential nomination primary on March 5th. Then we'll have the state elections, the primary on, the regular primary on August 13th, and then the state general election on November 5th. So all of these judges are appointed to any of those elections for which they are available or wish to work at. We're still, I should say, we're still recruiting judges because many of the people here were not available for the March election, but they're going to be here for the primary and general elections. So I'll put that word out here right now. So we generally haven't had to make, public requests for people to come forward in Cook County. It hasn't really been necessary. We call the people we knew from the past and generally fill out what we need and get people from both parties. They're required to send us names also, and that's generally been enough. But this year, at least for this presidential primary, we are short a few people. So we are asking, we're putting it on our website. And so I just wanted to put that pitch in right now too. So, but here is the list of people who are answered our requests by letter and wish to serve for the year, and I'd like to get your approval of that list. They will serve, the people on the list you'll see will serve at both the polling places and for mail balloting. Not designated here, but by their choice and by need, so. And we'll be adding others as we go, so.
Is there a motion to approve the list of citizens to serve as election judges for this year?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. We have a motion. Is there support?
Support.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the last item I have is a public hearing fee request. They have two departments now that would like to make revisions to their fees, miscellaneous fees on the schedule, and just would like to set a date and time for the public hearing to consider those changes. And the request is to do it at the meeting on March 12th at 9 a.m.
Commissioner Mills?
Since this is gonna, is there any timing issue with Bruce coming back on the 12th for approving those bonds, or?
I don't, this item should be fairly, we don't have a, yeah, I didn't check if there's a, do we have a time set?
We hadn't yet,
Yeah.
so.
But I would advocate for getting this on for the community center so that, because this is about weddings and people are
Yeah,
booking now
they're
for this
booking.
summer. So it's kind of important that, I don't think you're gonna have a problem with what's being proposed.
Yeah.
Makes total sense, but I don't know about the other one on the agenda, but it is kind of important that the community center knows going ahead what they,
So a question I have is, could we move the time earlier to like 8:45?
Yes.
And Madam Chair, I was gonna suggest moving it later, just so that we give plenty of breathing room for any discussion that we might have. I don't think this will take long, but yeah, I guess we could just knock it out right away. Maybe that's.
Yeah,
is that
right
what you were
after, I
thinking?
was thinking right after public comment.
Yeah, unless.
We could say 8:30, and then as soon as we're
Yeah.
through with public comment, boom, we could do that.
Yeah, generally these, I can only recall
Fee schedules.
one controversial, and it was long time ago.
Love to hear about it sometime.
I'll make a motion to approve a public hearing on March 12th, 2024 at 8:30 a.m.
Support.
And we have support from Commissioner Mills. Motion and support. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right. And now we have our Soil and Water Conservation District, and we have Elena Hansel, who will be with us, and she is going to be on the phone with us. And what I can tell you, and both Elena and I have updated this group a number of times over the last year about the Rainy River, Vermillion River Watershed One Plan. And we've had our public hearing, we've made changes to the plan, and now we're at the point where we're coming to all the boards for the various counties. Hi, Elena.
Hello.
We've got you on microphone.
Okay, thank you. Just a second. I'm sorry, I'm right in the middle of a meeting. Let me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just a second. Let me put you on hold.
All righty.
Thank you.
So anyway, we have taken into consideration all the public comments and those items that were shared at the public hearing. We did have a number of comments that came in from Cook County, and we really emphasized the importance of drinking water in this plan, because at the end of the Gunflint Trail, people from Loon Lake, from Gunflint, from Sag, Cross River, all those areas, many of them do draw their water from the lake. And so we wanted to make sure that that was really emphasized in the plan. There were some remarks by the Department of Health that were also under consideration, and we made changes there as well. But we're really pleased with the plan, and so what's happening now is both in St. Louis County and in Lake County and here in Cook County, we have to make sure that all three boards approve the resolution to submit this, and then agree to enter into a memorandum of agreement, or what they call a cooperative agreement, for implementation of the plan. So those are the two things that Elena will be asking for us, and they should be two separate motions. I want to clarify that. We did talk about that with all of the county commissioners that were at our last meeting. So those will be the two motions that are being recommended.
Good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon, Elena. You're on mic.
Great, thank you. I apologize for not being there in person. I've had something come up, so excuse me. Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan, for providing the introduction. And so what I'm here to do, I've presented already kind of what the Rainy River Headwaters Watershed Vermillion plan is. And so as Commissioner Sullivan had mentioned, it's time now to move forward with this process. And so we've had the public meeting, and right now the final draft is ready to go to the state, and go before the policy committee and just kind of, be done and be ready to be implemented. And in order to do that, to move forward, we have a resolution forward for you. And so as Commissioner Sullivan had mentioned, each of the counties and each of the soil and water conservation districts will all enter into an agreement together. It's a memorandum of, sorry, I forgot to pull up, a memorandum between the entities to be able to implement the plan. And before that, though, we also need to adopt the plan, and then before that, we just submit the plan. So I'm kind of working in backwards order, but what we need to do first is have the board approve submitting the plan to the Board of Water and Soil Resources, and that is within the resolution that is before you. And so, Commissioner Sullivan, I don't know, I heard you mentioning two motions. I'm not sure. We had a little confusion at our Soil and Water Board. How would you like to do this? Because we kind of have three things we need to approve within that resolution, and I can explain each one, or we can go together.
So the discussion was that the first motion would be to approve the resolution to submit, adopt, and implement the plan. And the second motion would be to enter into the memorandum of agreement.
Great. So the first one then is, yes, that resolution is to submit the plan to the Board of Soil and Water Resources. We go before the board in April, on April 3rd, I believe, and we'll present, and then that's a smaller northern committee, and if they approve it without any comments, then it goes next to the state down in St. Paul and gets final approval from them. So that's the first part of the resolution, and then the next part is just as we adopted the Lake Superior Northland Watershed 1 plan, and that's the county's comprehensive water plan for the Lake Superior North Watershed. This is to adopt the plan for the Rainy River Headwaters area, so north of the Laurentian Divide, and become the county's water plan for there. So our current Cook County water plan, which expires actually this year in 2024, will then become obsolete once this plan has been fully adopted by the state and the counties and the soil and water conservation districts. So that would be the part of the resolution for to get approved.
Any questions for Elena? Commissioner Mills.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Elena. You said there was 3 things that we needed to hit, and I just see the 2 on our...
The last one will be the memorandum of agreement. Yep. And I can explain that now if you'd like, or I can do it later.
Well, I guess, just to clarify, the first 2, our first motion is that accomplishing 2 of those? If I made a motion to approve the resolution to submit, adopt, and implement the Rainy Headwaters Vermillion River Comprehensive Watershed Management Plan, there's a second part that needs to be included, or that catches it for the first part?
That would cover all of it.
Well, then I'll make that motion.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Mills. So we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Commissioner White. So we have a motion and a second to approve the resolution to submit, adopt, and implement the Rainy Headwaters Vermillion River Comprehensive Watershed Management Plan. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So now we'll go on to the memorandum of cooperative agreement, and Elena, maybe you'd like to explain a little bit more about that.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for passing last resolution. So what this is we have, and it's similar to, again, what we have for Lake Superior North, but we want to be able to implement the plan, and we need to work together with our partners. And so this is a contract or an agreement between all the entities to be able to work together to implement the plan. North St. Louis SWCD will be the fiscal agent. They've got a large portion of the plan. And it just outlines, how are we going to work together to implement the plan. It doesn't mean that maybe one entity is going to get all the money one year and somebody's going to get none the next year, but it just means that, we talk to each other, we work cooperatively, we're all working towards the same goals. I don't know, it's not a complicated memorandum, I don't feel like. Maybe it's because we've done this before, but it's just outline how we work together with the other agencies. And if something comes up, how do we resolve those issues and work forward through those? I don't know, Commissioner Sullivan, if there's more you'd want to explain, it's pretty basic, I feel like. I don't know, it's not super complicated.
No, I just think the important thing is that, we're working with the other counties, we're working with the soil and water groups together on what is really reasonable, working on a watershed instead of continuing to work by county only. That makes no sense. Is there a motion?
Yeah, so moved, Madam Chair, to enter into the memorandum of cooperative agreement for implementation of the Rainy Headwaters Vermillion River Comprehensive Watershed Management Plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Is there support? Support. Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? Commissioner Mills.
It's been a very long process. I really appreciate all the updates of keeping us in the loop there, Elena, and very excited for what we can do for our community here in our environment.
Thank you so much. All right, other comments or questions? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Elena.
Thank you, and I'll be looking forward to speaking with you once we get to implementation and sharing what we're going to be bringing forward for the work plan to implement this plan.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right. So we're jumping around a little bit on our agenda here, and we're going to move forward to item 12. Administrator York.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So item 12A regards an agreement with the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources. You may recall last year we started the process of submitting an application for a surface water ordinance to regulate wake surfing. That was initiated by a group of residents on Caribou Lake near Lutzen who were concerned about the environmental impacts of that activity on their lake. It's a smaller lake, it's not very deep, and they wanted to kind of get in front of the issue and make sure that there were some safeguards in place so that the effects of that activity would not adversely affect water quality, wildlife habitat, and the shoreline of the lake. And so we submitted an application to the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources requesting approval of an ordinance that would restrict that activity on Caribou Lake. In September, we got a request for additional information, and we submitted that in October. And that started a 120-day clock for MDNR to make a decision about the ordinance. In early January, we were contacted by DNR requesting a meeting to talk about a possible stay of the final decision. They wanted to have some time to try to do some work through the legislature to try to address this issue at the state level, so that wouldn't just be like a lake-by-lake basis. And so on January 11th, County Attorney Hicken and I, along with Fred Morris, who's the president of the Lake Association there, excuse me, had a video conference with MDNR to talk about how this would work. In that meeting, we agreed that we would be amenable to delaying the decision on the ordinance because the delay that's being requested wouldn't really take us into the recreational boating season. They would still have to make a decision by the end of May. The three of us thought that was a reasonable request, and so MDNR drafted the attached agreement. Excuse me, that's part of your agenda packet. Now, we had to publish the agenda on Friday. County Attorney Hicken subsequently was having conversations with the legal department at DNR to talk about some amendments to the language to make it a little more certain for us. Pardon me. And so we actually do have some amended language that we'd like to share with you right now. And the amended language is the version of the agreement that we would be asking the board to approve. And I'll let County Attorney Hicken say more.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Jana, I had emailed to you a new version. If you can zoom in and scroll down to the now therefore part, there we go. So, the changes to this agreement, to this stipulation are in paragraphs 4 and 5. So we had, the original draft that came over didn't kind of meet our desires for, just showing that there was possibility of approval, or we can't ask the DNR to promise to approve something. That means they made the decision now instead of making the decision later, and we've agreed to allow them to make the decision later. So, but we just added 4 and 5 to acknowledge that the DNR will issue an approval of our ordinance if we can come to an agreement. And then the DNR said, well, we want a paragraph that also allows us to disapprove the ordinance if we need to also. So that's why we added paragraph 5. It's, the legal effect might be slightly different from the original version, but it's not a lot different. We just needed to put some language. We wanted to put some language in there to reflect that approval is definitely possible on the horizon. And then just comparing to the original, there aren't any other substantive changes from what was in your board packet. But now you have this new version in front of you, so please review it and feel free to ask questions.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Yeah, can we get that sent to us?
Yep.
Excuse me. Why is the DNR reluctant to have us pass a wakeboarding ordinance in Cook County? I don't understand why they would be hesitant to do that.
It's a good question. There's a surprising amount of interest in our proposed ordinance from around the country. There's an industry that is built around wakeboarding equipment, including boats, and they have interest in this. There are other communities similarly situated to ours, other lake associations who likely would move forward with a similar ordinance if ours was approved. This is the first ordinance of this type in the state to be proposed. And so the DNR foresees a possible, if they were to approve this, they might get a lot of other similar requests. And at the same time, they're seeing movement towards legislation to resolve this issue statewide. And of course, their interest as a state agency is to have uniform, a better, more consistent application of the law across the state. So they're asking for the opportunity to work on that over the legislative session. We're not aware that the DNR itself is bringing forward legislation, but they anticipate legislation is going to be brought forward by others.
And that's
that
what
they'll-
worries me.
Yeah, that they'll then be, that they'll then be in the position to comment upon. They also indicated that this fact scenario of the Caribou Lake Association, its concerns, and our idea for a solution for those concerns might be a good topic for testimony at the legislature to talk about. Here's why there should be a legislative fix. So, yeah, it was new to me that this would be such an item of such interest.
Well, I'm worried because I think we, as a county board, chose this legislation for this lake for specific reasons, and I believe in local control at the county level for local land decisions. Guess what? What's good for downtown Minneapolis is not always the best choice for Cook County, and vice versa. So I see this is a way for them to get control, and they may pass legislation that totally is not something I would be supportive of. So I'm disappointed that the DNR didn't let us do what we want to do to protect our land in Cook County. And I get boating season may not start yet, but guess what? We've had a very mild winter. I've seen boats out on lakes already. So that doesn't mean.
I also look at it on the flip side that Cook County, just like this morning with our letter of support regarding tribal lands, this is an opportunity for us to be a role model and to potentially have the ideas and the concepts that we have transferred to other places for good reasons, for protection of water, for protection of nesting loons, for all kinds of reasons. And so I think this gives us an opportunity to let legislation occur if it's going to, but it also lets the DNR know we want a decision on Caribou Lake, and it needs to be in our hands at the end of May. Administrator Yerke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Hawkins, I appreciate your point about local control. I think ideally that's how things would work. Under state law, MDNR does have the authority to finally approve or disapprove any requests for surface water ordinances. So they could have just said out of the gate, we're not approving this. And they chose to have a conversation with us about a path forward. And so I understand your concerns about this, but I also think MDNR is kind of expressing a desire to work with us to bring this to a good conclusion. It might go our way, it might not, but I think the fact that they chose to have the conversation with us is a very positive sign.
Yeah, well, we'll see what comes out of St. Paul during the sausage making, which I'm not always a fan of. But Commissioner Mills, as the rep on the Parks and Trails, I would request that that group also follow this legislation as it makes its way through the legislative process, because I believe Parks and Trails, recreation is important to that group. And we want to make sure that our recreational lakes are not somehow all included in a ban for certain water sports, which I could see coming down the road. Possibly. Hopefully not. We'll see what happens.
Commissioner Storley.
Thank you. Well, Minnesota is known as the land of the 10,000-plus lakes, and Caribou Lake is very unique. That is why this has been brought up to the DNR. It has mostly shallowness to it, and it's not conducive to any kind of that type of boating. So I'm hoping that the DNR will not make a blanket statement that every lake will now have or every lake will not have, because it all depends on, the water depth and the environment and all of that. So that's what I'm concerned about.
Other questions or comments?
Madam Chair, if I could, part of the research that the Caribou Lake folks submitted with this application spoke to where it is and is not appropriate to have wake surfing. On a large lake that is much deeper than Caribou Lake, this kind of thing would be less problematic. But as Commissioner Storley said, Caribou is a fairly small lake. It's actually 4 kind of attached small lakes or bays. Maximum depth is not much over 30 feet. I think most of the water depth is actually under 20 feet. And that's what makes the possibility of wake surfing on Caribou such a threat. So in terms of what could happen at the state level, I think there's probably going to be some flexibility in terms of not like a blanket restriction, nor, I hope, a blanket acceptance of this activity, because I think on some lakes it would be more appropriate, in other lakes it would not be appropriate at all.
Other questions or comments? If not, is there a motion to execute our agreement with the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources?
As amended.
As amended, thank you, regarding Caribou Lake.
Support.
Thank you, Commissioner Storley. I'll second that motion. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Molly, you'll send a revised version? Yes.
All right, we'll move on to preliminary design services for Judicial Center.
All right. On Thursday last week, we convened the Budget and Facilities Advisory Committee, and we also invited a couple of representatives of the 6th Judicial District to join us in interviewing 2 architectural firms for preliminary design services related to the proposed Judicial Center. The step of interviewing these firms was recommended by the Budget and Facilities Advisory Committee after reviewing the 2 proposals that we got. And so we did those interviews, as I mentioned, on Thursday, and after the second interview, did a debrief to kind of get the group's sense of what the appropriate next step would be. And as indicated in your board packet, the group recommended that BKV Group be recommended to enter into an agreement with the county to do preliminary planning for the Judicial Center in terms of developing a site and a floor plan, and also doing some 3D modeling. Again, the reason that we're taking this step, excuse me, at this point, is that we do have a bonding application that we've submitted to the state. That application is being considered in the legislative session, and in order for us to be competitive for that assistance from the state, we need to show that we've taken steps to actually get the project off the ground. Excuse me. The Budget and Facilities Advisory Committee thought that it would be a good interim step to do this preliminary site and floor planning. We can do so without making a full commitment to proceed with developing actual architectural plans. So the idea would be that within the next 8 weeks or so, BKV would work with us to convene stakeholder meetings to collect, pardon me, to collect input from community members on a design for the Judicial Center. We'd have about 4, I'm so sorry about my cough. I've been struggling with this over the last several days. So we would develop four scenarios, and would come back with some designs that the community could take a look at, and then we would come back to the board to approve those preliminary drawings, and that would be something that we could share with the legislature in support of our bonding application. So the question has come up, if we are pursuing this, does that mean that we're putting deferred maintenance projects, that is all the other projects in the CIP, on the back burner? And the answer there is no, we are not. We're doing both of these things simultaneously. And it was the consensus of the Budget and Facilities Advisory Committee to recommend that we do this preliminary planning with BKV Group. Again, it's excuse me. Again, the contract is for $25,000, which does not include travel and incidental expenses, which are in the neighborhood of about $7,300 on top of that. The schedule for the meetings, the planning meetings that we would have is outlined in the proposal. And again, the idea would be to engage stakeholders from the sheriff's office, from the county attorney's office, probation, from the 6th district, and then also, importantly, our neighbors up in Grand Portage, because the tribal justice issues are something that's really important, and we want to make sure that those voices are included in this process. So that is the proposal, and I'll pause for questions. I'd also invite Commissioner Hawkins and Commissioner Sullivan, who sat in on the interviews, to provide their impressions, if you would like.
One of the things I'd like to share is I was just really impressed when we looked at the presentations, the fact that the BKV group, which is out of the Twin Cities, has a lot of contacts and does a lot of work in Duluth as well. They have a real strong understanding of the North Shore. They understand bedrock. They understand issues with getting sufficient numbers of workers when you have lots of projects going on. They seem to have just a really good handle on that. I was also really appreciative of the way they responded to our questions about getting tribal input and how that might impact potentially the design of a facility. Commissioner Hawkins, anything you want to add to that?
I was impressed by both groups and the plans that they came prepared to present to us of a different way to approach our project. That made a lot of sense to me. Both groups, seem very knowledgeable. I really liked the passion of the first one, but there were other things that made us recommend BKV instead, which I think will be a fine group because they have connections to the area.
Yeah. And one of the things I want to point out for the commissioners who were not at that Budget and Facilities Advisory Committee meeting, both groups came up with the idea of one level, not two levels. And so the idea of, with BKV having 4 scenarios and looking at some single-level facilities made so much sense when we started to look at some of the concept drawings that they laid out and proposed for us. And so I felt their honesty in not just accepting what we had as a concept drawing, but their honesty about what they knew about the landscape and what's underground. They were just bluntly honest with us and said, we don't think that second story is probably the best idea. Here's some other options. So,
and I would like to add to that it was because of both firms had experience building jails, justice centers, law enforcement. They have experience, and guess what? There's some rules we have to follow that would be difficult to follow in the 2-story building as presented to us. So good thing we didn't go with that, to go to the legislator and say, that's our plan. No, because it's not the best plan. So now we will invest some money to come up with maybe a better plan that we can all be proud of. Hopefully. We'll see what happens.
The community input, I think both Commissioner Hawkins and I were really pleased with the fact that BKV is just willing to meet as much as it takes with our community and get their input. And that was very, very impressive, and I think important to everybody on the Budget and Facilities Advisory Group.
So,
Commissioner.
as far as this goes and the workshops and the kickoff of them meeting with people, I'm wondering how the commissioners or Budget and Facilities Advisory Committee will have access to what is learned at this.
Mhm.
When will BKV say, this is what we heard, and we get to hear it?
You will get that feedback, definitely. So we had the interviews on Thursday. We got the proposal together on Friday. We are reserving meeting rooms and inviting people to these meetings. Things are happening very quickly with this in order for us to meet the timeline of getting this done before the end of the session, the legislative session. So it is a work in progress, but I think it's vitally important, obviously, that this board be up to date at all times on the status of the feedback that we're getting and have a chance to consider that.
Yeah, I don't want to have to wait 2 or 3 weeks before I hear what was being said.
For sure.
Commissioner White?
Do we get to sit in on these public discussions or these questions? Like, to hear firsthand as opposed to having the information going through, they give a report to you and you give a report to us? Could we not be right there to hear it?
I think we could certainly accommodate that. There may be some discussions where it might be better just for the consultant to meet with the stakeholders, and I'm thinking particularly of our tribal partners. I don't know if they would necessarily want an audience for that conversation, but I think to the extent that other stakeholders or any stakeholders are comfortable with having commissioners sit in on those discussions, I think that would be a positive thing.
I just can't understand why somebody wouldn't want us there, since this is a project for our community and for the stakeholders are the community, and they're really important, and so we need to hear from them. So, but if the thought is that
I would say with Grand Portage, that indicate when the meeting occurs that, commissioners would be interested in attending, but I think that should be their choice. We'll certainly get a report from any meeting that occurs. Commissioner Mills.
So just based on the outline here, Thursday, March 7th, Friday, March 8th, 8 to noon is concept reviews. There's going to be a lot of gathering of input from stakeholders before that. And so if commissioners want to be there for that, that's going to be important. But where the rubber meets the road sort of thing is in that concept reviews. So I think that's pretty important for us to be at. And then, of course, everything beyond that, too, I think would be exceptionally important for us to be there. For the first bit, I would certainly like to be there as well. I'm going to be at AMC on the 22nd, so that's not going to work. But I think it's, I'm going to lean on our staff in court administration, probation, maintenance, county attorney, public defender, all that, law enforcement, all of that to give their input. And then after the departments do that, I'll be happy to jump in and give my 2 cents.
I think it's a very ambitious schedule, but one that we need to have. We need to be ambitious right now to get this completed prior to the end of the session.
Oh, sorry, another question. So just, Thursday, March 7th, that workshop 2, program comments / initial comments. Initial concepts. So is that kind of taking what was already given in workshop 1 and trying to develop some comments and kind of, bouncing it off of staff at that point? Or,
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And then am I correct in thinking that then March 8th is where that's kind of the summary of all of that back and forth? And okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hawkins.
So I kind of brought this up at our interviews, but seeing this list and all these people need to give their input, totally agree. The one that looking at this now again, think, oh, wait a minute, how much are we spending? Who is going to be there? Because I had got to design a new courtroom if I was a judge, or if I am a law enforcement officer and designing it's easy to go put everything on the table that is in my wish list. And I'm wondering what is our budget? How are we going to say, that's a nice idea, but this is probably not going to happen. Where does that come in on this chart?
So one thing, and you know this, Commissioner, because you were in the interviews, is the interview panel was very clear on the point that our values relate to minimizing long-term operating costs, not building the cheapest thing that we can build, but building something that's quality and that's going to be easy and low cost to maintain over time. I think we made the point very clearly that we don't need a Cadillac. We'd like a Chevy. We'd like it to be low mileage.
GMC probably.
You know, something that's reliable, that's going to be durable, that has adequate space for the security features, for example, that we need. So your question is a really good one. There will be, I think, at every point in the discussion, conversation about how we hit that mark so that we're getting something that is well-designed, well thought out, made from durable supply or durable equipment, and something that we can operate affordably over time. And I think there will be opportunity too for the board to say, hey, you know, we like this, but this is bigger than we think we need. And we're going to need to lean on our judicial partners as well, because courtroom design has changed over time. And again, making sure that we have a design that is practical from an operational standpoint and also meets security needs is going to be really important.
But going back to that discussion, I agree, but listening to the plans and their ideas, whether or not it's a false floor on part of the floor, the whole floor, there were lots of options out there that I wouldn't have even guessed or thought about if I hadn't been sitting in on those interviews, which makes me, when I think about what I finally get presented at some point with a dollar figure on it, first thing I'm going to think about, well, is that removable floors or not? And what else is in there that I didn't know to look for? So somewhere we also need to remind everybody on this list, yes, we want your input. We want to build a building that will meet our needs. But we remind them, we are not, it was said more than once in the interviews, we don't want the Taj Mahal.
Right.
But we want a good functional building. So I just want to make
Function
sure.
is the key, and I'm glad you brought up that word, Commissioner, because we talked about the functionality of the building being most important.
Chair Sullivan, so this is going forward regardless with bonding coming from the state or not. Is that how I'm reading this?
No. This is for the design.
Right, and so.
Preliminary design. So the interview panel was very clear on the point that they did not, the full cost of architectural services from the beginning of the project to the very end is in the range of like $1.1 to $1.2 million. We don't have that kind of money right now, and we don't want to spend that kind of money right now. And so we very specifically asked BKV, would you be willing to do this preliminary design work discreetly without any additional financial commitment on the part of the county? And they said yes.
Well, I understand that. So let's go back to the first question is what if we don't get state bonding?
Then that comes back here to this board
And
to
then we
discuss.
decide if we go forward and build it with our own dollars or not.
Or do something else, correct.
And one of the things I liked, both of the presenters had phases.
Yeah.
the one level instead of the second level. It was, well, here's your Sally port and your evidence room. Over here is your courts room. It was broken up in how you could do this in stages. Now, there is a cost if you every year are doing a project on the same property. But it is also a way for us not to overload the county in debt when we have housing needs that, guess what? It's also an important thing to solve in our county is figuring out how to get enough housing. So we can do alternatives
Right.
besides what Plan A, B, and C was in our CIP.
Any other questions or discussion? Commissioner?
Yeah, I just want to, I want to be really sensitive to the budgetary concerns because they're very real and we can only afford so much. We only have the bonding capacity for so much. We can only afford debt service to so much. In this process, I really hope when staff give their perspectives, I really hope that they give ideals. And then when we have this ideal picture, we can scale it back if need be. But I don't like the idea of saying, you got this much, make it work, because that really restricts creative thinking and how we can try to meet the challenges that we are certainly going to face with the budgeting of the project. So I don't want to cut ourselves short before we begin, but we also, in the end, have to be really sensitive to those costs, long-term costs too. But yeah.
Administrator.
Thanks, Madam Chair. One of the reasons that the interview panel elected to recommend BKV is because they have done a number of projects of similar size and budget to the one that we're contemplating. Because they have a lot of experience in this area designing these types of buildings, I think they're going to be really well positioned to take whatever ideals we bring into the conversation and say, that's not realistic, but this might be, and here's how you could do this in a cost-effective way.
Great.
I think that's the expertise that we're getting by going with BKV. And so I agree. I mean, I think shoot for the moon at the beginning of the conversation, understanding that you're not going to get the moon.
Yeah.
But we should consider a range of possibilities before we get to kind of what the final concept is.
Thank you. Yeah, just as long as staff have the opportunity to express those ideals or those needs, and then, yeah, I'm happy. That sounds perfect. Thank you.
Other questions or discussion? Commissioner White.
So, just a question as to why this is the procedure that is done at the county level, that the commissioners do not participate as a whole in interviewing consultants for large projects. I mean, you don't get a chance to, of course, you only had 2, you didn't have very many, I get that, but so there's no opportunity for those of us that were not part of the interviewing process to get an opinion and read from these people. We are again relying solely on your perceptions. And I'm not saying your perceptions are wrong, but just in the past, in what we've done I've been part of in projects, is that everyone, and even the community, was brought in to see the interviewing process for a huge multi-million-dollar project, and then discussion afterwards, and the decision was made as to which consultants. A lot of work was done beforehand because of the number of applicants. It was down to 2 or 3 that were interviewed. And so is it indeed not the procedure, the process, protocol for all members of the deciding voting board to have access to the firsthand access to meet these people?
Commissioner Mills.
So one of the hard positions that we commissioners are put in is relying on delegations and committee assignments. We have to really trust our peers to be able to sift through things and then present them to us. All of us can't do all of the things, right? We can't
Absolutely.
be involved. This is a big thing, so I get your point, but I think it's really important to have best practice and rely on our systems, because that's kind of how we do.
So then we're relying on those people that are in the committee that make those decisions, have the expertise, the experience, and the knowledge to make those decisions.
Well, we make the decision.
They present.
They make a
Yes.
recommendation.
They make the recommendation.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I would say that if we look at the Budget and Facilities Advisory Committee, the citizens that sit on that have some experience with some pretty big, pretty significant projects. And I don't know, Commissioner Hawkins, if you want to remark, but I feel very comfortable with their guidance. I mean, we didn't really lead the discussion, they lead the discussion. We sat back, we chimed in, but.
And were there 4?
There were 3. We are 2 people short right now. We do have some applications in, but that's on.
So 3 community members.
Correct.
Right.
And 2 from the courts.
And 2 from the courts.
Yeah.
And then Brady
Oh,
and Brian were
Brian.
also.
Brian Sines
Brian
was
was
with
there.
us. Yep. So I felt very good about the group. I thought it was very well balanced, very well rounded.
I hear the point, though. It's, with these big, important decisions, like, we want to be as involved as we can be, and so when recommendations come to us, I think it's a healthy thing to really, poke holes in it to some extent, or to kick the tires and really understand the ins and outs and different angles of it. But, yeah, I don't know when and where to draw that line, so then I rely just on best practices, really.
And that's what I see done in other counties. I mean, I think we're very similar in the way that we are organized and the way we divide up our responsibilities. Commissioner?
I can see both points here. So I feel comfortable with this small portion of this project. I think it was vetted well, and we only had 2 firms. Wish we would have had more. But we've given them basically 8 weeks, 2 months to come up with a product for us that we need. Then this board is going to decide. We will know, are we moving ahead? Or are we going to veer off this way next? We don't know what's going to happen in a couple of months. If all the stars align and we're okay, we want to move ahead, we've chosen a plan, and we are going to spend millions of dollars, that's when I do think whoever moves forward in this process should be presenting to all of us at once, and the public at once, at that level of money. For this amount, I think the committee did a good job vetting, and thank you for trusting us to do that. I'm comfortable with it here. Next level, I might not be. So I can see both sides of that.
Administrator.
I think that's a really good point, and I agree that if we move forward after this preliminary work, and we're contemplating doing the whole enchilada, we would need to have a different process. I completely agree with that.
Commissioner?
One thought I had, and maybe you all have already thought of this, but when we had the 3 different designs from CRBPS, and the $25 million one was the Justice Center, right? And then we had scaled back ones where it had a 2-story addition to the courthouse, or twice as long 1-story addition on the 2nd floor. It's just really interesting to think about the cost associated with building that 2nd level. And so it might be a wash now if we're doing a single level as to what the costs are and the differences between, having courthouse edition versus law enforcement edition. It's just really interesting where where that might all shake out. It might be just a moot point about the
We don't know yet.
differences.
Yeah, we don't know yet. The one thing that was very reassuring, we got to look at photographs of some of the buildings that they had done, both law enforcement centers, courts, and justice centers. And so it was interesting to look at how they took community input and what the needs of the community were, and they all look different. There's not a cookie cutter. They're not an organization that has an idea in mind for you. They build it based on the input they get. So I feel very comfortable with this.
Based on Commissioner Mills, what you had to say, it's transparency. It's like, this is, when we get to a bigger place, having, or perhaps it was Commissioner Hawkins, having this done publicly, like really publicly, and inviting the public to sit and listen. I've been through that situation, and it does work. And this is the people's money, the people's building, the people's law enforcement, and so the people shouldn't be cut out of this. Granted, it's not meant to cut them out, but to show respect that here's your opportunity to hear these people.
And BKV just demonstrated they really are good with those community listening sessions.
Were you at one?
No, with what they described and the number of people they had involved and the number of times they're willing to talk. I mean, that was what impressed me. They didn't come in and say, we're going to talk once to the community. It's whatever you need. So. All right. Well, with that, is there anyone that would like to make a motion regarding the contract with BKV?
Well, so moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Is there support?
Support.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. We have a motion and support to contract with BKV Group to provide site and floor plan options and 3D modeling for the Cook County Judicial Center. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, thank you, Commissioners. Next item concerns an update on deferred maintenance. First of all, I just want to remind the board and the public that Tuesday next week at the Committee of the Whole, we're going to have CRBPS, which is the firm that developed the capital improvement plan for us, attending to answer questions and talk about the process they used to recommend projects in the CIP. I think there's still a lot of maybe a lack of understanding about the process and also about what the projects in the CIP represent. And so I've asked the board for questions that they would like to pose to CRBPS. And we're going to be budgeting an hour of that Committee of the Whole meeting for that presentation, because I've heard loud and clear that you all want the time to spend with them, to ask the questions that are on your mind and the questions you're hearing from constituents. So we're going to have an hour for that Tuesday next week. In the meantime, I've been working with Brian. So just to back up a little bit, we issued a request for construction manager at Risk Services at the end of last year, and we got one proposal back, and which is not sufficient to make a balanced decision about how to proceed. And so what we're doing now, I also had a conversation with Commissioner White a week and a half ago or so, in which I heard her suggest that we should keep as much of this work in-house as possible. And I appreciate that sentiment. I think to a degree we can do that. I know that to fully implement the CIP using only in-house staff just isn't feasible, because the maintenance department, they are every day responding to emergencies. And we don't really have the skill set or the time within that work group to fully oversee the implementation of this plan. But I think there are some things that we can do in the short term to get some projects going. And I think an important part of this, I've been sorting through the 2023 and 2024 projects to see what the biggest elements are. Because there are dozens and dozens of projects in the list. the majority of which are actually like under $10,000. There are a lot of small projects. What I want to make sure doesn't happen is that we, start going through 2024 and we don't have those really big pieces lined up. I think that's really the most important part. And so just looking at the kinds of projects that we have listed in the first 2 years of the project. And I'm looking here specifically at 2023 because the total amount of projects in 2023 is about $2.4 million. In 2024, we have under $500,000 of projects. So I started sorting the projects to see which ones were the biggest in 2023 and 24. In 23, we have 6 projects that are in 6 figures. From there, between $50,000 and $100,000, we only have 3 projects. And then it quickly dwindles down from there. So in the $25,000 to $50,000 range, we have 10 projects. From $15,000 to $25,000, we've got 11 projects. And then projects below $15,000 are all the rest. And so I'm working with Brian to get a plan in place to start doing some issuing bids on some of these more expensive projects so that we can get the ball rolling on that. Again, we still do need construction management services, and so I think we're going to have to continue asking or continue seeking a vendor who can provide that for us. But I just want to make sure that we get the ball rolling on some of these bigger ticket items so that we can get projects lined up and get contractors ready to do the work. So, yes, ma'am.
So that means Brian will be putting out, creating RFPs, what I recollect is like the community center roof was for 2023. I can't remember anything else. So put out the RFP and get that rolling and get on somebody's list. And would we do that for each of those? I don't have it in front of me. But the minor things, the most important things were the roofs, the electrical, the foundations, those types of things. And so to go forward with all those are subcontractors. This would never be an in-house job at all. We need to have electrical inspectors and whatnot. So for Brian and you to put out the RFPs and to do how your process is and then select the firm to do it, that should be pretty much manageable.
If we're talking about a small number of projects, yes.
Paul, so we look at the 2023 projects, and this is what we need to do. And the oversight is, I'm assuming that when we hire somebody to do a job, to do some work on a building, that Brian or somebody goes to review what has been done before the final payment is sent?
Oh,
given?
Absolutely.
So that would be a time thing. So one thing that I had in my conversation with you suggested is that, yes, this will take more time for Brian to do the RFPs and to work with the interviewing and the oversight. And perhaps if maintenance is just on the edge of being adequately staffed, perhaps.
I didn't say that.
No, I didn't, no, I'm not saying you did say that, but with Brian's time being taken to do those things, and who knows what will come maintenance-wise this summer, perhaps hiring somebody part-time. It's just a question, it's something that should be thought about, or a part-time person to help with maintenance of this facility, this organization.
So I don't think Brian's made any secret of the fact that he's intending to retire before the end of the year.
Right.
And with that in mind, I've started working with Allison Plummer to look at that position to see if we could maybe redefine it in a way that better positions us to implement the rest of the CIP. Brian is primarily a maintenance person. He's not really like a strategic planner. He doesn't work with spreadsheets. I feel like we need somebody in that role who has those capabilities, project management experience and kind of strategic planning. And so my expectation is in the coming months to bring forward a revised job description for that position that gives us some an additional skill set to be able to better oversee the implementation of the CIP.
So then that person would be overseeing, like for the bonding with did we just do the courthouse, law enforcement, and the highway, they would be able to have eyes on that, and then somebody has to put out the RFPs to get people to come in and do the work.
Right. Yep.
And Brian's leaving after 22 or 23 years. Has he set us up to smoothly transition or not?
Well, I think
He has a shredder I saw.
Oh, my God.
I think the CIP has set us up to weather that transition.
Well, as far
There
as
we
its
go.
strategic planning and all this, I mean, it is all laid out already. I mean, it's laid out on a time frame and on identifying the needs within the different buildings. And so that part of the job it's just overseeing the implementation of that plan.
Mhm.
Well, I appreciate the update on our deferred maintenance and kind of pulling all these pieces together. I think this has been a really good discussion. And we'll have to keep our eyes open for staff.
All right. And definitely tune in next week for the discussion about the CIP. We'll have our consultant here to take a deep dive on how they did that work and what exactly the plan contains. So item 12D is the 2024 medical examiner contract, and this is a contract that we've had ongoing over the last number of years with Anoka County to provide ME services. The most notable thing about this contract is after holding autopsy costs steady at about $2,000 over the last several years, the cost of a full autopsy is going up $500 in this contract. And so that's something that commissioners and the public should be aware of. There's not really, I mean, this arrangement has been in place for a while now. I don't know that there's really an option for shopping around. I don't think we're going to find like a better deal. And so unless you want to go to autopsiesorus.com and see what's out there. But I think, anyway, the request is to approve this contract with Anoka.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the contract with Anoka County to provide medical examiner services in 2024.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Is there support?
Support.
Thank you, Commissioner Starley. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
All right. The only other thing I was going to mention, but maybe Commissioner Sullivan and Mills, and I think Commissioner Hawkins, you've also met with the union representative regarding project labor agreements. And so maybe I'll just leave it to you to talk about that a little bit.
Sounds good. So we'll jump to our commissioner updates. Let's start with Commissioner Hawkins.
Actually, I have something from Arrowhead Regional Corrections. We are losing our probation office support. I was going to look up the exact title, I forgot, here in Cook County. They are moving out of the county, which is going to leave a vacancy. This current position is not a full-time position, it's a .8, I think is what I'm. Anyway, the request from ARC is for Cook County to make it a full-time position because it will, in their opinion, be easier for recruitment purposes. I guess the last time we filled this position, there was some difficulty in finding, which I don't know if it's because it's a .8 or if it's because there's no place to live. I think it's a mixture of the factors. But they have requested that Cook County consider adding to our 2024 budget to make this position a full-time position. I did talk to Wally about the director, like, oh, we don't like to do that mid-year. We just finished our budget. But I said I would bring it to the board for discussion, consideration. He has volunteered to come here to present in person, that if you would like that. We were trying to come up with dates that might work. So that's what I have to report from ARC, and I'm looking for feedback from the board of what you would like, how you would like to proceed, if any way.
So Commissioner, one question I would have, and I'm sure all commissioners are interested, is what would that dollar amount be to make it full-time, and does that include benefits?
So that is the scary part, or the shocking part. Going from a 0.8 to a 1 FTE potentially could, I was told 33,000 to 35,000, depending on benefits, because that is the largest portion of the increase. They budget a family medical package instead of, whether it's an individual or the person declines insurance because they already have it through a spouse. That is why it potentially could be 30.
Call
35.
40.
Yeah, whatever, that number. And, but if we did agree to make this position full-time, that would continue on into future year budgets. So that's another consideration. But our county share went substantially down this year over other years because of increased funding at the state for services. That is another factor, but it wasn't in our budget, so we need to have discussion on that.
Commissioner Mills?
Based on my discussions in the Public Safety Committee at AMC, it sounds like there's a push for more state funding too, and it's generally recognized by the state that that's necessary, and then we're way behind on that, so can hope for that too, but another question I'd have is workload, right? Like this is more than just, bringing people in, it's just what makes the most sense. I don't have a good read on what's needed, and I am excited about the potential for restorative justice intermingling with probation, so there could be some potential there as far as workload, but that would be my other question, just about right, the need. I mean, clearly we have a need, but it's just, do we have that full-time need?
That's where I think Wally and Phil being able to present to the board where we're at today, what is coming down the pike, because there are discussions about probation at ARC level, especially following the Carlton probation discussions, that we want to expand opportunities. I don't know what that looks like. I'm still learning about the justice system. But this is where, talking about our bylaws earlier, and I'm like, well, who put something on the agenda? Because I think it's important that we do get this discussed at the board level. And if the board requires more information, we should request that we have ARC representatives here to provide the answers that you may seek, so.
Chair Sullivan?
Yes.
Attorney Higgins, do we have a lot of people on probation? I mean, you would know. I mean, I don't know anything about that realm of our society either. Like, I don't know.
Chair Sullivan, I don't have numbers for you.
I can get them for you.
But I can tell you that's the standard sentence. We don't do a lot of jail time or prison sentences anymore. I mean, it's the high 90s is the percentage of cases that resolve with a probation sentence instead of a jail sentence. So we're relying on that probation department to do the supervision. Yep. And I understand that the caseloads of the agents themselves are at par with other agents in St. Louis County, bigger offices. Yeah, and I would have questions too if they came. I would love for them to come. One of the things, as I understand it, because I was just talking with Brian Stevenson, he's the supervisor of our agents up here yesterday. I think that support staff hired in our office would be offered the same wage as support staff hired in Duluth, and that might be part of the problem because, like Jason Hale said, we're the most expensive place to live in the state. Right. And so I don't know if there's flexibility there or if the county can add incentives, our own benefits into the package. I don't know, but I also want to just say that I did, after that conversation, I reached out to Allison Plummer and Todd Ford, and I said, would it be appropriate for us to help by posting their job vacancies on our website and on our social media sites, help spread the word? And they agreed that that would be appropriate. They're willing to do that. So that should help too. That would be good.
Well, I personally think it would be great to have Wally come and speak to us. So we can just figure out a time to get on an agenda and do that. Okay. Do you have other items?
The only other thing was that I attended was community extension yesterday afternoon, and heard you're going to have composting on your property, Commissioner Mills. Encouraging everybody. Show that it was mentioned. Oh, that's the wrong one. So there's a community meeting about composting, recycling here in Grand Marais and also on the west end. I thought I brought the brochure. I don't have it.
Is it at your house?
But go online, take the survey, and sign up for the meeting. Important thing through extension.
Commissioner Mills.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I currently have composting on my property, but I'm hoping to develop a better system. I don't need to develop it. I'm hoping to implement a better system that was designed by David Abaz in Lake County. They received MPCA funding, and then there was land conflicts, and the project was having a hard time kind of gaining steam, and so with my prior interests, I reached out and talked to him just about, hey, Cook County could maybe use that that program. And so, in communicating with North Shore Waste, roughly 30% of our waste stream could be composted. So if we could reduce our waste stream, that would reduce our costs and just help everybody out. Not to mention the carbon footprint and all that, and just producing soil. And so the idea that David Abaz had from RDSP, Regional Development Sustainability Partnership, I think it is to kind of have satellites. You can kind of do, it's a similar system to what Whistle D has. There won't be any anaerobic, well, ideally there won't be any anaerobic composting. It'll just be those windrows. But the idea is that you could have one on the west end, you could have one in Hovland, you could have one up the trail, or in my neighborhood, which is kind of where I'm going to be trying this, not on my property, as it turns out.
I thought it was.
Yeah. No, I would never do that on my property, no. No, I just don't have the space for that, and have friends who have open fields to go for this. But yeah, we'll just see how that goes, and then hopefully the idea is that we can replicate that model elsewhere in the county, and we'll just see. I'm pretty excited to make my process better, and then hopefully we can reduce the waste stream around the whole county too. So,
Commissioner Mills. What about bears? Ever have any problems with bears?
I've never had problems with bears. They eat compost.
Well, I know.
Let them eat the compost.
Well, I don't mind, but I don't want, I mean, I had a great composting, you know, it's down over there. Well, I don't need the bears coming this close to my house to eat compost, so that's just always the question.
Yeah. Yeah, they turn my piles for me. They dig in and root around, and then I come out and I'm like, oh, there's a mess here, and then I gotta shovel it back in. But, yeah, I haven't had problems, but they, you know, they're there, they're real.
Madam Chair.
Administrator Ricky.
Thank you. Commissioner Hawkins mentioned Carleton County, and that reminded me, I think Commissioner Storley, you've already seen their new judicial center, right?
Not there, we're going there for our April county meeting. I was in Grand Rapids.
Our District
Oh,
1
okay,
meeting.
okay. So have any other commissioners already, like, seen the new Carleton Justice Center?
It hasn't been opened yet.
No.
Right, but it's getting close.
That's why we'll have a tour in April.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wondering if there'd be an interest in scheduling a tour for the five of you to see that.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Attorney Hickman.
So,
If we're gonna be there for the April AMC conference, District 1.
oh, that's right, never
Yeah,
mind.
but during that time, yes, please.
Yeah.
They
So-
will. They're planning that.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the best opportunity.
Unless there's a need beforehand.
Yeah. I mean, a small group could go there too.
Well, I'm going on a tour on the 28th.
Okay.
The 6th District invited me, and I asked if I could bring commissioners along, and they said the group size was limited, so I said, could we schedule it another time? So I just want to make sure that all of you had that opportunity.
Okay. All right, thanks. All right, Commissioner White, updates.
Oh, where am I then? The Emergency Communications Board met, and they're, it focuses on it was focusing on 911, the system. And in Cook County, we are about the only county that has a problem with 911 outages. And it has to do with the decision by the Emergency Communications Network I think this was the network that made that decision, that Lumen, or also known as CenturyLink, is the provider for 911 services. And in this county, it doesn't work. So they're talking about Next Gen 911, which is giving people, counties, the capacity to know about emergencies using cell phones and even text messaging and maybe even videos, all of this. And there is a huge study now. They're going to put it out to every county, to every public service, PSAP, public service, Lindsay at the law enforcement, everyone that gets the 911s. So how many do you get? What is the process? What are your shortcomings? What equipment do you need? What training do you need? How many? They hadn't come up with all the questions yet, but they're going to do a survey in an effort to then review that and decide how they can best, or what they would need to do to have an even more effective 911 emergency system. And it's not just that, it's also fire halls, medical facilities, those types of things. But what they need to do to be going forward to provide the best communication services for all of the people that live in northern Minnesota to start with. But they're also reviewing it for the Southern Emergency Communications Board, also were in districts. And so that was, as it is now, there's, like when you have a bill, your phone bill, there's a little line, there's a little surcharge for 911. And all of those little numbers go together to the state, and they dispense them to all the different counties. Or to all the different counties, but based on population. So Cook County gets less than St. Louis County, but they're trying to make it more equitable, just to review the whole thing. So they're kind of excited about undertaking this because they want to be able to provide the best services for the people that live here during an emergency. The other big place, I think they're the big place I've been, is the Council on Aging, just down the hill. And they are continuing with their ideas for expanding their opportunities for community interactions, as far as they have chair yoga, they have the bone builders, they have different talking groups that use that space. So they're continuing to do that. They're continuing to do fundraisers, and now they're working on grant applications. They really need to get that building repaired. They have their finances in order, and they're looking forward to a much easier year than last year. So it's a good group.
I know they've been doing, they've had started the winter market there for
Yes.
artists to come and sell items on Saturdays, so that's the first Saturday of the month. Last Saturday, they had a pancake breakfast. No, it was
No,
chili
chili.
feed. Chili feed
Chili
this
feed.
time. Chili feed in the afternoon, and that worked out well. So it's really nice to see different new things being done there.
Mhm.
Appreciate your work with that group.
Piece of cake.
All right. Anything else? Commissioner Mills?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think we gave updates on the 30th. That was just the public hearing, I think, the special meeting.
Right.
Yeah, so since our last meeting, I was at the Parks and Trails Commission. Pretty exciting now having Mitch Travis in the role of overseeing Parks and Trails, and he's getting his feet underneath him and diving in and talking a lot about the Sawtooth Bluffs plan, and trying to revisit that and get more public engagement, because it has been so long since the first round of public engagement, and then just all of the other pieces that he's really picking up as far as any complaints or light issues or snowmobile trail bridges, or it's just really great having him in that role, and he can really focus in on it. I'm not sure how much focus he'll be able to give it once the weather changes to warmer weather, but thus far it's been awesome. Then the library board, I am no longer the president, so Councilor Michael Gary took that lead now, and I'm happy to distribute responsibilities, just to try to get a more broad understanding for more members of the community have a broader understanding, kind of learning my lesson about eggs in one basket. Let's see, had some discussions regarding road issues, met with James and Robbie and a resident. Where am I? Lost. Clicking too many things. And then, yes, we had that discussion with, Derek, and thank you.
That's right.
Yeah. Derek and, not Jack, Patrick. And it's funny, I called Patrick. I was trying to get a hold of Commissioner Harla in St. Louis County, and I knew it was a Duluth number. So I was going through my phone, and I've got a number of Duluth numbers that called, but then someone called back, and no, it wasn't the case. And then so I just called one, and it was Patrick. And it was Sunday evening, and I felt pretty sheepish. What's that?
Was it Super Bowl?
Right, yeah. And so
Nobody's gonna answer that.
well, no, he answered, and then I was confused, and he was confused, and we had a good laugh, but that was a brief call. Anyways, that was a good meeting, just learning about PLAs and
Project labor agreements.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, and just understanding the benefits of those, getting equal footing for contractors, local in the area, as well as outside bidders and union, non-union, and just all the in between, and making sure that contractors have fair wages. So that was a really good conversation, and excited to look forward to more. It also sounds like they may have resources for finding project managers, and just their web is far-reaching, so we could be able to leverage that too. On Tuesday the 6th, they had a ETAC meeting, which is the Energy Transitions Advisory Council. Never been to that before, and it hadn't met for quite some time, is my understanding. And so that is, the reason we're involved with that is because of TAC Harbor. I wasn't exactly sure what the meeting was going to entail, but very interesting because most of the meeting is about elsewhere, and a lot of it applies to us, but so much of the focus was on other area communities goings on. So gave me quite a lot of perspective just about the scale and scope of different projects and the hoops they've had to jump through, and places we can again leverage or not. So that was great, kind of introductory for me. North Shore Collaborative had a meeting, and that was, we just had one application, and that was actually from the Northwoods Food Project regarding their market program, and it's kind of piggybacking off of SNAP and WIC, trying to provide fresh local produce to SNAP and WIC beneficiaries, so that they can purchase fresh produce at the market. The systems that the state has in place makes that a little difficult, more than a little difficult. It's onerous. And so their application was, they did a program last year. Their application for the grant was to expand that program, and there was a question from Lake County, just because Lake County also has that program, but they are doing it through the state, and it's much more restrictive that way. So I'll be able to share that with the group, and I'm going to advocate for getting more healthy food to our WIC and SNAP beneficiaries. Let's see here, benefits and wellness, also doing excellent work. Just really impressed with Allison Plummer and her go get 'em attitude, and really being proactive with a lot of the programming that benefits and wellness is developing. So that was a lot of fun and a lot of good conversation there. Building committee, of course, a lot of updates from Brian and discussions regarding the CIP. And then yesterday I had the Community Health Board in Duluth. Again, I was able to step back from the chair role there, and that's going to be Commissioner Annie Harla from Duluth as the chair. I'm the secretary treasurer now, but I should get bumped back into vice chair just regarding signatory duties and that sort of thing. Currently, Marv Bodie from Carleton County is the vice chair, and he was the vice chair while I was chair. He was the chair previous to that, but he's looking to back away further yet, so there might be a shakeup there. But that was really good. As I normally report on the medical consultants, the good doctors presentation. This one was on PFAS, and we've heard a fair amount about that through our solid waste conversations and St. Louis County especially. But just getting into it, I hadn't actually heard much about the specifics of what PFAS do to people, and it was pretty alarming and concerning, especially that I hadn't heard the specifics. I just heard they're bad, right, and they last forever. But getting into some of the cancers and immunocompromised situations, and just that, I think it's the case that anyone who's tested would test positive for PFAS in their blood. So it's kind of everywhere. It's just at what level, and it's a similar situation with our waters in Minnesota. So that's really concerning. Definitely some areas are worse than others, and they have different rating levels, but it sounds like there's still a lot of catch-up to do with that. The EPA's rating levels are not as low as what they've found to have negative health impacts, very serious negative health impacts on individuals. But I know that this is kind of somewhat new, a new challenge. I think it was first identified in the 70s, and it's just been trying to work through that. There's been litigation, of course, about it, but just really trying to address the impacts of that in different communities. So let's see. I guess there was an annual report from the CHB given by our director, Susan Michaels, just about the different impacts, the grant dollars brought into the region, the networking that's happening, both with family home visiting and the impacts that has for families with newborn children. And it's just really, really good to hear all this is happening. They're kind of using this Public Health 3.0 as a springboard to launch to try to address these foundational elements of public health, and that's really exciting. Speaking of which, also went to the Northwoods Food Project meeting, and Sarah Waddle is really in that. I mean, yeah, that group, Hartley as well, just really, really knocking it out of the park, and it's really exciting. Just trying to get more fresh food in our community, trying to involve the EDA and the small business community to encourage different production of cottage industry foods and just local farmers, and very, very exciting there. So that's all.
That's a lot. Thank you. Commissioner Storley.
Well then, I'll be brief. Most of my reporting will be next week at Public Health. But we have the community gardens in the West End, and 6 gardens have been purchased so far, so we have lots of room for more gardening people in the West End. Liz is in charge of that, but just the idea of coming for the solid waste meetings, that's the last week of the month. So here in Grand Marais at the cabin will be 6 o'clock at Grand Marais Log Cabin on the 26th, and Birch Grove the 27th at 5 o'clock. And much discussion, I'm sure we'll be talking about the situation that will face us in 2026. So good thing we have heads up to talk about that.
Well, I attended a Firewise meeting, and one of the exciting things, and Brady was there as well, is that the Loon Lake community has formed a Firewise community. And so we are happy to have them on board. Attended our Rainy River, Vermillion River public hearing and Soil and Water Conservation District meeting, where again, they, similarly to what we did today, approved that plan. And last Friday had a chance to meet our new judge, Judge Henke, and it was a delight and a privilege to meet with him. A lot of community members, and Commissioner Hawkins was here as well, and just looking forward to a great working relationship. Gunflint Trail Scenic Byway has changed their meeting schedule, so they're going to be meeting on even months now. And one of the things that they were really interested in hearing about is the watershed information, because that impacts the north end of the trail, or northwestern end of the trail, and then also loved getting that highway department update from Robbie, because of course when we do anything on the Gunflint Trail, it's going to impact tourism, people getting to their cabins. It's a little bit like 61. It's the one road up that way. And so anyway, we're going to do a particularly fine job of communicating when things are going to be happening on the Gunflint Trail, and what will be some of the alternative routes that people can take as they are heading up 12. We had our racial equity meeting a couple weeks ago, and if you look on the Cook County Higher Ed website, there's another book group that's going to be forming, so I would encourage people to go there and find great materials to read and then discuss with community members. Cook County Coalition of Lakes met, and I want to thank our Land Services Department. Tim and Neva and Mitch were all there and talked about septic systems. And really did a history lesson for the group on everything from 2003, when we went to kind of focusing on one lake at a time and working on septics. And they just talked about the history since 2003 to now, how many lakes they've done. They talked about, inland properties, what's being done on Lake Superior. And it was just a really great overview for the entire Lake Association group in the county. Really appreciated that. And then lastly, we had land use training yesterday for a number of people. We all participated here. And it's always good to get an update with that. And I think the only other meeting was up in Grand Portage. We're continuing to plan for our legislative visit March 15th, and you'll be getting more information via email on that. But we have about 30 to 35 people countywide that'll be participating in that event with both Senator Hochschild and Representative Scrabble. And that would be it. Commissioner Mills, question?
So I'm getting the impression not all of us are able to go to AMC Legislative.
There'll be 3 of us.
Okay.
Commissioner Mills is attending, Commissioner Storley, and I will be attending
Okay.
also.
And then James, you're stuck, yeah.
I have to stay here.
Yep, gotcha.
All right, so thinking of all those meetings, if we look at our list of upcoming meetings, lots of them coming up. So we're going to be very busy. We also have our correspondence and memos, the Arrowhead Library System budget, and our sales tax comparison through December. And then recognition of staff. And it's a smaller list this month than last month, but a very important group of people. So we have Jay DeCoo with MIS, he's in radio communications, 2 years with us. Karen Christensen, Veteran Services, 2 years. Nick Honer in the Auditor's Office, 2 years as well. And then a couple of milestone anniversaries. Kathy Ann Travis in our Attorney's Office, 5 years. I'm sure Molly's going, how can it be 5 years?
5 years total at the county.
Yeah, at the county.
Probably
yeah.
just 2 years out.
And then Tim Nelson, 25 years. So a quarter of a century and still going. So really exciting for all that service they have provided to all of us in our community. And with that, is there a motion to adjourn the second longest meeting of the Cook County?
Adjourned.
All right. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Just like the good old days.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. On to your next meeting.
How long was the
Mine's
longest?
gone.
Oh, we had that
I
one.
missed